Everyone, I'm happy to be part of this session.
तू अपने आप को को होस्ट बना और सबको ये जितने भी म्यूटेड नहीं है ना उनको म्यूट कर वही सब लॉगिन कर तो अपने आप को सबको को होस्ट बना दे और फिर म्यूट करना पड़ेगा सब अनम्यूट 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 पटना का स्टेशन नहीं बनता वो ना पटना वो पटना में हुआ था दिल्ली में भी हुआ था। दिल्ली में तो पहले ही होती है अपने मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट
तो गाना वेबिनार responsibility to
पर्यावरण 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 सभी के जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण 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 सभी के जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण स्वच्छ हवाएं स्वच्छ फिजाएं देती है ये जीवन की राहें स्वच्छ हवाएं स्वच्छ फिजाएं देती है ये जीवन की राहें पर्यावरण 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 सभी के जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण 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 सभी के जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण
कराने ज्वाइन
ईश्वर का ये उपहार सभी के लिए सभी है यहाँ एक दूजे के लिए मरता एक खोता सभी जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण 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 सभी के जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण 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 सभी के जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण रूप मिलता ना मिलता है रंग बिन कहे रहते हैं फिर भी एक संग चलो सींचते हैं उस जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण 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 सभी के जीवन की रेखा पर्यावरण
World Environment Day is an occasion that is dedicated to protecting and preserving our environment. We celebrate it annually on 5th June as a global reminder of our responsibility to preserve, protect, and restore ecosystems. The United Nations General Assembly established this day in 1972. From that day, this occasion became a powerful instrument to raise awareness about critical environmental issues. This year's World Environment Day campaign focuses on land restoration, desertification, and drought resilience under the slogan Our Land, Our Future. Mark, protect, and save Earth. We are Generation Restoration. Good afternoon to one and all. Thank you for being with us today on the occasion of World Environment Day. I am Mansi Patil, your host for today's webinar. Paryavartan is Sadhguru Sangh's incentive
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
Paryavartan is Sadhguru Sangh's incentive conference and exhibition powered by ICS in association with altruistic agencies and individuals who dream of making a difference to society. Sadhguru Sangh, conceived and led by Dr. Sundar Kataria, driven with a mission to elevate the quality, safety, and environmental awareness levels of industry. Sadhguru Sangh is a series of educative, informative events aiming to illuminate professionals on possible solutions to current issues of industry and economy. The ability to invent new devices, techniques, and ideas is one of the most basic characteristics of mankind. Keeping in view the sustainability and longevity of our planet, Sadhguru Sangh aims to ignite the flame of ideation, innovation, and procession in its practice. We have completed 183 webinars and 3 Paryavartan events till date. Sundar Jesaram Kataria Foundation was established in 2003, is an independent NGO that extends aids and assistance to the needy. The foundation works with communities to augment income, improve child nutrition, care for the earth, and diminish hunger and poverty. We have undertaken BMC schools in Mumbai for their upgradation and also started Sanidhanam, a home away from home for people with physical disabilities and senior citizens. Paryavartan 4.0 Virtual World Environment Conclave under the aegis of Sundar Jesaram Kataria Foundation and International Certification Services, first Indian conformity assessment body has been commemorating World Environment Day since last 2 decades. It is a pleasure to inform you that we have been able to reach out to multitudes of audience through this uninterrupted initiative every year. Hopefully, our sustained reinforcement of environment wisdom will make a difference in the way citizens regard and preserve our environment. We welcome you all on behalf of Dr. Sundar Lal Kataria, Chairman and Managing Director of ICS. I would now like to give a brief introduction of Dr. Sundar Kataria. He is the Chairman and Managing Director at International Certification Services Private Limited. He has done his Mechanical Engineering, AMIE, and is also an honorary doctorate in Business Management. His area of specialization includes nuclear construction of India's first nuclear power plant at RAPP Royal Bata. He has also worked in oil and gas, onshore and offshore, upstream and downstream, and submarine pipeline system. He has a vast experience in corrosion technology and cathodic protection system. Underwater inspection and NDT, he has done management certifications courses. He is a tutor and facilitator, trainings and qualification in management and technologies. He has received a Lifetime Achievement Award from NACE Corcon and also received several national and international awards. Please put your hands for Dr. Sundar Kataria. I would now like to give a brief introduction of Mr. Sumit Kataria. He is the country manager for International Certification Services. He's done his BE Mechanical, Diploma in Financial Management, and Advanced Diploma in Industrial Safety. has a vast area of experience in onshore and offshore fabrication, three-plate construction, PEB signages, construction of retail outlets, LPG bottling link plants, and POL depots. He has experience in certification and inspection services and cathodic protection services. Please put your hands for Mr. Sumit Kataria. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mansi, for that elaborate introduction. Without taking much time, honorable chief guests, our eminent keynote speakers and speakers, panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you to PARYAVARTAN 4.0, a conference organized to celebrate the auspicious occasion of World Environment Day that was celebrated on the 5th of June with the theme Land Restoration, Stopping Desertification, and Improving Drought Resilience. It's an honor to have all of you here, gathered with a common purpose to engage, discuss, and act on the environmental challenges that confront us today as we come together under the banner of PARYAVARTAN 4.0, a term that signifies transformation. Parivartan in the Paryavaran, and that too changing at a very fast pace. We are reminded of the urgent need for a paradigm shift and in how we can interact with our environment. The very essence of this conference is to foster a spirit of collaboration and innovation as we seek sustainable solutions to the pressing ecological issues that threaten our natural world and our future. India, a land of diverse ecosystems and very rich biodiversity. We face several critical environmental challenges, from the bustling metros to the serene natural landscapes. The impacts of environmental degradation are evident and escalating. Allow me to highlight a few of these burning issues. Air pollution. Cities like Delhi and Mumbai frequently rank amongst the most polluted cities in the world. The air quality crisis is a public health emergency, contributing to respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, and it demands immediate and sustained action to mitigate sources of pollution. Water scarcity. Despite being home to major river systems, India faces a severe water crisis. Over extraction of groundwater, pollution of water bodies, and inefficient water management practices are exhibiting the scarcity. This not only affects agriculture and industry, but also jeopardizes the availability of safe drinking water for one and all. Climate change. The effect of climate change is increasingly evident with more and more frequent and severe weather events, flooding, drought, cyclones, excessive heats. The heat wave that we see today is known to all. The events not only cause widespread devastation, but also highlight the vulnerability of our community. Fourth is deforestation, biodiversity loss. Rapid urbanization, industrialization, and now agricultural expansion are leading to deforestation and habitat destruction. This in turn results in loss of biodiversity, threatening the survival of numerous species and ecological balance. This year's heat wave is a glaring example. As we talk today, we see the coral fire at California that has gutted almost 14,000 acres of land, and thousands of people have been evacuated from that area. Waste management. The growing population and rapid urbanization have led to an exponential increase in waste generation. Inefficient waste management practices result to a significant environmental and health hazard. Addressing these issues require a multi-faced approach, combining policy interventions, technological innovations, community participation, and international cooperation. As we deliberate today over the next few hours, I urge each one of you to think critically and collectively about how we can catalyze positive change. Our discussion here at Paryavaran 4.0 is not academic. They are the seeds of transformation. Let us embrace this opportunity to share knowledge, experience, and ideas to inspire action and forge partnerships that will lead to a tangible, sustainable solution. In closing, I would express my gratitude to all the esteemed chief guests, keynote, and other speakers, panelists, and you especially for your participation, as it shows your commitment to the cause. A special thank you to our CMD, Dr. Kataria, who's been our constant source of inspiration, always propelling us with initiatives at ICS. Your presence here today is a testament of your collective will and determination to make this difference. Let us embark on this journey of Paryavartan towards a greener, cleaner, a more sustainable future for India and the world. This year's slogan, and rightly so, as we carry the responsibility of passing a better environment to our next generation, our land, our future. We are hashtag Generation Restoration. Thank you so much. I wish you a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you so much, Mansi. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful starting note of the World Environment Day. Nuclear power is reliable and can be deployed on a large scale. It can directly replace fossil fuel plants, avoiding the combustion of fossil fuels for electricity generation. The use of nuclear energy today avoids emission roughly equivalent to removing 1/3 of all cars from the world's roads. I now request Professor Sudesh Sharma to please introduce our chief guest, Professor Jagtap.
Yeah, thank you, Mansi. Professor Jagtap को introduction चाहिए क्या? Because the kind of elite speakers you have today, I mean, they're national figures, so I'm just wondering how to basically introduce him in the best possible manner. ये तो आप दिखा रही हैं, I mean, this is a given here. ये तो है ही ना, whatever we are displaying here. I mean, he's the president of Indian Nuclear Society, and the most impressive part about him is that he is a crusader. He is a crusader, for environment. Because the one thing I know about him is that when we used to go to Konkan for the Jaitapur project, I think he also belongs to that area, basically, to the best of my mind. Sindhu Durg is his birthplace. So obviously this is in his DNA, Paryavaran, environment. And INS today, I think, is one of the most forceful crusaders for a green earth, and for actually, resilience on planet Earth. And so these are his awards. Like the best award that I see on top is Homi Baba Award for Science and Technology, and Platinum Jubilee Award for Indian. And then I think there is a PMO committee, of which he is the chairman of the steering committee. There are several lifetime achievement awards. So list goes on and on and on. And I think, as we say, all of us are eager to hear him. One thing that I feel always is that there is an inspiration that everyone gets from somewhere or the other to pursue a chosen field or discipline, And Pokhran perhaps was, when he was in college, Pokhran has inspired him to be what he is. Now, without much ado, I request Professor Sir, please welcome. And of course, he's an IIT professor. Everything combined into one, a complete package for the thank you, sir, for being here. And Mansi, over to you again.
Please welcome Professor B.N. Jagtap. I now request Sumit sir and Professor Jagtap to virtually inaugurate this session.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Please join us for the recitation of Gayatri Mantra.
कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेष जाड्यापहा।
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Sudesh Sharma, for giving a very warm introduction. On behalf of the Indian Nuclear Society and on my own behalf, let me greet you on this occasion, the World Environment Day. Now, this is a day when we need to introspect and critically examine the humanity's past actions which have jeopardized the nature and consequently jeopardized our own existence on this planet. And as Mr. Kataria said, this is a day that we need to rededicate ourselves to the conservation of the planet, finding out newer ways so that we can protect the nature and consequently protect ourselves. I therefore compliment the organizers on bringing so many distinguished speakers on one platform, and I thank them for inviting me as a chief guest. Well, I'm indeed elated and feel privileged. Well, friends, we have been talking across the country on climate change and role of nuclear. Now, just last month, I was visiting some schools in Lucknow, and in order to impress upon the young generation what is the need, what is the importance of doing some positive action towards climate change, I asked them two innocuous questions. And these two innocuous questions I'm going to begin here. Now, first question is, when did plants, animals, and human beings appear first on the earth? Well, you can use internet and get all this data. You'll see that the plants came on the earth 700 millions ago. The early human being about 200,000 to 300,000 years ago. And the modern human beings, that is where we belong to, came on the earth about 50,000 to 65,000 years ago. So we are the youngest on this planet. Then you ask the next innocuous question, how many years more will plants, animals, and humans live on the earth? We would like to answer forever, but that is doubtful. Our activities on earth are destroying the nature. And the damage is so much that the collapse of the living system on the earth appears inevitable in about 100 to 100 years. Now, when I said this, there was the silence in the whole auditorium. There were 800 students sitting there. They realized what is the importance of protecting our nature. And this is the message that we need to carry forward. Now, the usual narrative that we have is how much damage have we done to the environment? And this particular one is quantified in terms of the temperature and carbon dioxide. For example, at the start of Industrial Revolution, the carbon dioxide in nature was 280 ppm. In 2020, it became 412 ppm. And that corresponded to the increase in the global temperature of 1.19 degrees Celsius. And if we continue the business as usual, by 2050, the carbon dioxide content is going to be 520 ppm, and the rise in the global temperature is going to be 3.2 degrees centigrade. And then we keep talking about various other things like the pH of the sea and so on and so forth. What we now understand is something beyond that. The first one is the stability and resilience of the Earth system and the human well-being are inseparably linked. And the 5 components of the Earth system, the atmosphere, hydrosphere, geosphere, biosphere, and cryosphere, are intimately interlinked. And the human processes have put the Earth system on a trajectory moving rapidly away from the stable state. And how does one quantify this? And this is what I like this particular diagram. The entire Earth stability is pictured here in terms of 8 parameters: the climate, functional integrity, the natural ecosystem areas, surface water, groundwater. The nitrogen is the nitrogen cycle that helps the plants to fix nitrogen, the phosphorus, and aerosol. Now, what you see here is the green one. That's the safe boundary. For example, for the climate, the safe boundary would be 1 degree Celsius above the average temperature, whereas the red boundary is going to be 1.5 degrees above the average temperature. And that is what the Paris Agreement said. We must limit the temperature to 1.5 degrees. But let's not focus only on the climate. What about the functional integrity? It is slowly coming to the crossing of the safe boundary. Same thing is happening to the natural ecosystem areas. Mr. Kataria referred to this. The surface water and groundwater, they're very close to breaching that safe line. The nitrogen, this is also now slowly approaching that danger line. And what it means is that the nutritional value of the food produced on the earth will be reduced much. The phosphorus, and then comes the aerosol, which is also breaching the safe boundary. And the important thing is 86% of the world population is facing the risk of the current transgressions. This is the diagrammatic way of looking at it. The hotspots for the current transgressions of the Earth system. And you can see the entire area, which covers also our country and South Asia, East Asia, up to Central Europe, parts of China, parts of Africa, South America, and Central USA, Central America. And this is where the largest effects are being felt. And one can see these are the areas largely inhabited by poor people. So the poor people are facing the brunt of the climate change and related issues. What do we do? This is a question. This is a situation in 2020. What about 2050? By that time, the current population will grow by 41%, energy demands will grow by 56%, food by 53%, and the domestic water by 234%. There are no quick fixes here. The only thing that we can think of, and that is what the world is thinking, is about the nuclear energy. The reason being, the nuclear energy is a clean energy source. In this view graph, you can see here, this is the grams of carbon dioxide released in the atmosphere per kilowatt hour, and the various energy generation sources. The coal has certainly the maximum carbon dioxide emission, 820 grams per kilowatt hour. And so is the case for all fossil fuel based energy generation process. Then comes the next level, which is by the solar, whether solar roof, solar utility, geothermal is 38 grams, and then hydropower is 24 grams per kilowatt hour. And now you see the good guys. The nuclear, 12 grams per kilowatt hour, and it's as good as what you expect from the wind, either onshore or offshore. So that is what the world thinks that we should harvest. The advantage of nuclear is that it is not intermittent like the wind, and therefore that's an ideal energy source. What is this is also said, but I can emphasize here. Since 1970, the nuclear energy has helped to prevent 72 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions. And we expect that a large-scale implementation of nuclear energy can help this planet. What is the scenario that we are looking for? The sustainable pathway for 2050. The current energy mix is 7.8% nuclear, 16.2% renewable, and rest, that is 76% fossil fuel. And this energy mix, if we continue as it is till 2050, the carbon dioxide content in the atmosphere is going to be 520 ppm, and the temperature rise is going to be 3.2 degrees centigrade. The alternate pathway is to have renewables 54%, nuclear 33%, and the fossil fuels by 2050, we may not be able to eliminate entirely. So let's put some 13% of the fossil fuel. This particular scenario will mean 442 ppm of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and the temperature rise is going to be 1.6 degrees Celsius. And that's close to what Additionally, there will be 90% reduction in the people subject to the low air quality because you are trying to eliminate the fossil. That's the scenario that the world is thinking about. And you know, in COP28 meeting at Dubai on December 02, 2023, there was a declaration to triple nuclear energy. You must read the text of that declaration. I have brought you a very small portion of it, recognizing the key role of nuclear energy in achieving global net zero greenhouse gas emission and carbon neutrality by and around mid-century, and in keeping a 1.5 degree limit, centigrade limit on temperature rise within reach. The participants of this pledge commit to work together to advance a global aspirational goal of tripling nuclear energy capacity by 2050. Now, there are a lot of things happening in the nuclear technology. Today, we are talking in terms of the fourth generation nuclear technology. This is the 3 and 3 plus generation technology, large conventional nuclear reactors, 700 or more megawatt. And then we have small modular reactors up to 300 megawatt, and micro reactors that are about 10 megawatt electrical. These are small, safe, modular, transportable, and they are the ones that are so safe that they can be implemented within a locality without having any radiation hazards. And we can now see here lots of designs which are coming up. The 25 megawatt electrical, 300 megawatt, 50 megawatt, 45 megawatt, 160 megawatt electrical. So this is now going to occupy a space in the nuclear energy expansion. There is another thing which people have been talking about, that is the fossil fuel power plants. Can we repurpose them with the small modular reactors so that the clean energy transition can be eased? So that is the major part of that fossil fuel power plant. You can replace by SMR and use all other machinery for electricity production. These ideas are to decarbonize the grid, but at the same time, there's a requirement to decarbonize the industry and transport sector. And that is where the nuclear hydrogen is going to help a lot. There are two ways. One is water stream electrolysis using nuclear electricity. And here the target is to generate 1 kg of hydrogen at the cost of about $1.5. And that's the uh, objective here. It can go to $1 per kg. And second one is to produce hydrogen using thermochemical cycle, water splitting. Now, this is done either by the copper chlorine cycle, sulfur iodine cycle. These are all technical issues, but I would just like to mention to you that the temperature intensive state in this particular cycle is 800 to 900 degrees Celsius. And therefore, you require the nuclear reactors which can provide that sort of a temperature. If you use copper chlorine cycle, the requirement turns out to be 550 degrees Celsius. So now the high temperature nuclear reactors, they are being talked about in thermochemical water splitting. And this is where the world is looking at the nuclear renaissance. The nuclear energy has a lot to offer. It may be the cheapest, greenest, and the safest source of energy that can save our planet. The second important thing is the whole field is so dynamic. There are so many innovations and technological advances are happening that will increase nuclear power's contribution to the world energy mix. And the third important thing that I would like to point out is that nuclear energy contributes to many sustainable development goals. One is the climate action, that is what we are talking about. The ninth goal is innovation and infrastructure. Eighth goal is a good jobs and economic progress. Third goal is good health, that is using the nuclear medicines, and no hunger, that is by implementing the nuclear agriculture. And certainly all the countries, most of the countries are coming together, and that is the partnership for the goal to enhance the nuclear energy's contribution. I would like to talk about the Indian Nuclear Society. We are promoting the nuclear energy program, and last year we had a very, very successful conference. The topic was nuclear for clean energy transition. This was, there were participants for 20 countries, and we had a 4-day, we had intensive discussion with the academics, the engineers, the scientists, and also the industry, how to take forward the clean energy transition using nuclear. Now, any large-scale implementation of nuclear energy would require a robust regulatory framework. And therefore, this year, during November 19 to 21, we are organizing a conference on regulatory framework for nuclear renaissance. That is how speedily we can implement the whole thing. Now, Indian Nuclear Society does large number of outreach programs to sensitize young generation on global warming and role of nuclear. We go to the schools, colleges, research institute, and also public. I brought you here some photographs, and Mr. Sharma rightly pointed out that we have been active in the Sindhudurg district. These are the photographs from Conclave and Kasal, the places which are very close to Jaitapur. And in just 1 year, we had several programs, Amravati, Sindhudurg, Kochi, Mumbai, IIT Jammu, NIT Srinagar. We connected with the 4 schools in Lucknow, the Central Drug Research Institute, and now next week, we'll have the sensitization program at Dharwad and Hubli. Now, finally, I would like to remind you, this is a very, very important news item. Most of us have not taken note of that. On April 10, 2024, Honorable Supreme Court of India has extended the ambit of Article 14 and 21 of the Fundamental Right and ruled that people have the right to be free from the adverse effects of the climate change. Now, the Supreme Court has granted the public the being free from the adverse effects of climate change as the fundamental right. And it is our duty, the duty of educated people, engineers, scientists, and research institute, and on that is to ensure that this fundamental right is preserved for the citizens of this country. With these words, I thank the organizers once more for inviting me, and thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Jagtap, for enlightening us on how nuclear energy can be used to help and save our planet. Please accept this memento from us. Please be ready for the quiz 1. And the question is, you can put your answers in the chat box. First come, first gets the prize. The question is, World Environment Day is also called as A. Eco Day, Ecological Day, Ecology Day, Ecosystem Day. Please put your answers in the chat box. And the answer is A. Eco Day. Religious scriptures and traditions invite us to recognize God's handiwork in creation. For those who practice eco-spirituality, faith is connected directly to the natural world and humankind's place within it. We have here with us Mr. Sudhir Shelke to enlighten us on spirituality and environment. Brief introduction of Mr. Sudhir Shelke. He is an outstanding scientist and executive director, along with additional charge of executive director HSNE at Nuclear Power Corporation of India. He is a mechanical engineer from NIT Nagpur. He has a rich experience of over 33 years in nuclear power plant. He was associated with commissioning Para Atomic Power Station and Tarapur Atomic Power Station. He was appointed as Operations Superintendent of 700 MWE units of Rajasthan Atomic Power Project. He is a qualified reviewer trained by World Association of Nuclear Operators. Apart from above, he is also practicing the new spiritual lifestyle in his personal and professional journey for past 13 years with values in action. Please put your hands for Sudhir Shelke, sir. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are on mute. Shelke, sir, you are on mute.
Background.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Unmute, yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
am I audible
Yes, sir.
now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very good evening to afternoon to all of you. And I first of all must thank Sudesh ji and our Dr. Sundar Kataria ji for inviting me, making me to come on this platform. In spite of all my engagements, I could manage it. And I think this is one of the, I'll say, a good environment we are able to create. Of course, all my previous speakers, they have talked about, Jagtap Saab has talked about the science and nuclear energy and how it is going to help our environment on this National International Environment Day, of course, on 5th June, but we are celebrating today also on this virtual platform. And I have put in my background, a virtual background with a beautiful environment. Of course, we should not be relying on this virtual only. We should have a, in future, actually, the real environment. But the way things are moving in the world as on date or as on what we are seeing, we need to focus and we need to take care of our external environment as well as internal environment, both equally. And under this theme of this international ICS, what they have put, Sataguna Sangha, I'm very much delighted to see that Sataguna Sangha. So first of all, I want to thank the organizer for organizing this wonderful conference with so many of participants, and I must thank all of them for joining here. And I hope we'll carry the message home. So I want to split my talk in two parts. So first part I will talk about the external environment, what we generally understand, and the second half will be the environment, which is our inner environment, which we generally understand, but we don't want to put into the practice, or we don't generally believe in it. And that's why I think Sudeshji has cajoled me or forced me to talk about the spirituality and the environment. So let us talk about the environment. When we see the environment, it is nothing but a interplay of, I will say, 5 elements of earth. That is Prithvi, Jal, Agni, Vayu, and Akash. All these 5 elements of the earth, they make us a wonderful place to live. And wonderful place to live. And we are enjoying this environment every day, every now and then. But when we are taking care of our environment, when we are enjoying the environment, when we are utilizing all the 5 elements, I think we need to take care of the sustenance of those environments. Maybe a science or maybe our industrial activities which are benign to the humankind, but at the same time, we have to take care of its sustenance for our future generation. And I think that is what is the theme of this international conference, or what Dr. Sundar Kataria has organized. And we are very thankful to him. Now, first of all, what is this external environment which we need to take care of? For taking care of that external environment, we need to focus more on our internal environment, I think. Because unless we focus on our internal environment, because we are the user and we are the youngest user, what slide Jagtap Sahab has shown, that the humankind, human being, is one who is the youngest on the earth. And I think we are the most intelligent and we are the most wise and most, I'll say, gifted, bestowed creature on this earth. And we have got the full capacity, or say the capability to create the environment as well as destroy the environment. So science, technology, everything is at our hand. But the person, the being who are using it should have that wisdom, that balance to use it in a fruitful way, in a benign way, in a peaceful way. Like for nuclear energy, we are calling nuclear energy is a source. We can use it for peaceful purpose, as we are doing it for past 50 years. And I'm into that construction of nuclear power station, commissioning, operation. And we are able to produce energy in a very benign way. When we visit any of our power station, I think nuclear power station, you can see all 5 elements growing in a wonderful way. Good gardens, good butterflies, all the system, whole ecosystem is in place. Unlike any other power station, if you have visited, like many times I used to call people or dignitaries from all the various practice of walk of the life, and we come and visit our power station and see the type of environment we are maintaining there. I think that will give us a good picture. But at the same time, nuclear energy is also it has got a full power to destroy the whole world. Now it is our wisdom. Basically, the technology is there, science is there, things is there, but in which hand it is there? It's not the physical hand which is there, but it is the person, the human mind, the human being who is using it should be, I think that is the focus point wherein we have to take care of our internal environment. Now I'll come to the second part of it, that what is this internal environment mean to me? Environment doesn't mean only the physical aspect of the, if I'm in the room, only the walls, windows, this doesn't mean the environment. Environment means the how I am going to take care of my behavior, how am I going to take care of my actions, how am I going to take care of my attitude. I think this is the way. Then if I am having that positive attitude, I am having that benign attitude, I am having that divine attitude within me, then definitely I am likely to take care of all these physical five elements. But if I don't have that attitude, that wisdom, that wiseness, or that Sattva Vivek Buddhi, then definitely I am not going to appreciate the balance. I am not going to appreciate the five elements which are there for me. Is it abundance is there? That doesn't mean this is infinite. I have got a limitation. So I have to overcome that. For that, I need to take care of my inner environment. And I mean by inner environment means basically I'm an energy. And when I think that I am an energy, I am emitting a lot of vibrations. It's not only the I create a thought or I create some action, but that means first I create a vibration through my thought process. And every thought I create, it has got an impact on the external environment. So एक कहावत है कि जैसे हमारी वृत्ति होती है, जैसे the way we are, जैसे हमारी वृत्ति वैसे हमारी दृष्टि, the way I see the world, and वैसे हमारी सृष्टि. Srushti is nothing but the outside world, the environment. So it has got a direct relationship between my inner consciousness and external environment. So that a relationship, that effect of my thought has to be understood. So being an energy, a positive, live, living energy on this earth, I must know what I am internally and how the environment I want to create internally within me, and the same environment I like to see outside world also. So for that purpose, we must understand. So normally we say the energy, when we call I am the energy acting through this body, and I have got one very good, wonderful mechanism of working towards it. That is, I create a thought. I am able to create a thought. Sankalp, we call it Sankalp. So every thought I create had got the power to affect the external environment. And this not only the power to create the external, we have got a very good wisdom. That is, we call it the intellect. That is specially given to the human being, not to any other, I think, being. They have got a very limited wisdom, but human being is such a creation of this Srishti, wherein we have got a lot of power to create and destroy both. So that my mind creates the thought, and I have got a good wisdom, intellect, which decides whether I should do or not do this action, whether I should perform or not perform, and how wisely I can perform. That decision-making power is there within intellect. And once these two things are understood, I think we are able to take care of our external environment. Because if I create a negative thought, if I create a destroying thought, if I create a which is not very, I'll say waste thought, not very helpful for the nature, for my surrounding, my environment, of course, it is going to create a very bad environment outside, not only in terms of physical environment, but in terms of the that's what environment is. When we say कि आपका कोई गुस्सा करे, somebody is creating a lot of negative thought, the whole office, the surrounding or whole mahal gets totally disturbed in that area, or that office work, or that workplace. But somebody is creating a lot of positive energy, a lot of good thoughts, a lot of creativity. All of a sudden, we'll find the whole environment in the office, whole environment of culture or behavior, everything gets affected. And that environment is now, it's not a physical environment, because everybody is helping each other, everybody is cooperating with each other, everybody is emitting their Sat Guna. Sat Gun means 7 qualities, innate qualities of the soul or energy: peace, happiness, love, purity, power, knowledge. These are the innate qualities which normally I am supposed to emit, or normally I am supposed to vibrate. So once we vibrate all these 7 energies within us, the whole environment or whole office or whole workplace or whole earth or whole planet will become a very benign, very, I'll say, very natural to its original state. And that is what I think we are attempting to in next 50 years or 100 years or whatever time we are not talking about. But the rate at which degradation is taking place, unless and until we take care of our inner world and our mind and our thought process and our intellect, I think however things we are talking about, the external corrections, I think they may not be that much effective unless we take care of our inner world, inner systems. And that is where the spirituality come into action. That is where there is a need of spirituality, because it makes you to select the best course of action, to make your attitude to be benign towards our external environment. So I feel past 13 years or 14 years, I am using these techniques. I am using this in a practical way in my workplace, at my whatever interaction with the any person, people, or my subordinate, my bosses, or my relatives, or my society. I think we are getting a lot of positive feedbacks from the people, and the whole environment or whole culture is getting changed. That is what I observed. And I am expecting we have to focus more on internal world, internal our, I'll say, inner world. So for that, I always believe that we have got the capabilities, we have got the full potential, but only thing, we have to make use of it, we have to explore it, and we have to believe in it for that. First of all, we have to believe in it. I think that belief, nobody else but I myself can believe in myself. So it is a pure interplay of, they call it Prakriti, Purush, and Paramatma. Three big powerful players in this whole world drama. Prakriti is nothing but the Panch Tattva, 5 elements of earth. Purush is nothing but the soul, energy, I, the energy sitting over here, acting through this body, and I am playing the role through this. And third is the supreme energy, which is there is a cosmic energy, we call it, or maybe a collective wisdom, whatever we call it in different terminologies. But whatever it is, but this is nothing but a wonderful interplay of Prakriti, Purush, and Paramatma. So all those three interplay, they make us to live, they make us to think, they make us to give a wonderful, these 5 elements to get the human experiences, spiritual experiences through our actions, through our thought, and through our behaviors. So I think this realization has to be there. Somebody may say that being a nuclear scientist or maybe a nuclear engineer, I more appropriately, how I am able to believe in all those things, because when we see the nuclear energy, atom, whatever things are coming out of it, although we are not able to see, but we are able to see the effect of that energy. We are able to see the electricity being generated, a lot of destruction being taking place. So energy is there, and I think we have to go in now, not in the macro level, but in the micro level, maybe a subatomic level. If you go in that, you find that there is a purest form of energy, is very, very powerful, and that is nowhere else but within us. Every human being today has got a very powerful, I'll say, the energy within us, and that energy we have to realize, we have to explore, we have to, I'll say, and make use of it, because it is untapped energy. And I think once we start using this energy, we'll be vibrating a very positive environment everywhere. We'll be able to generate, we'll be able to create a positive environment. It's not that only by keeping a good decoration, by putting a very wonderful office space, things, decorative item, that doesn't make the environment. But what type of people are there? What is their attitude? What is the behavior pattern? I think that makes the environment. If you go to a temple or Gurudwara or any place of this thing, you find that environment is very nice, very soothing. Why? But at the same time, you go to some other place where there is a lot of chaos, lot of distractions, lot of so that environment will not like. वहां का वायुमंडल अच्छा नहीं बोलता, यहाँ का वायुमंडल बहुत अच्छा है. तो what makes the difference between two वायुमंडल or environment? It is not the physical aspect of it. I think it is our subtle aspects, and subtle aspects are nothing but the inner energy, what we are vibrating at, what is our conscious, what is our subconscious level, what we are able to emit out of it. I think so it all depends upon my thought pattern. So I must take care of my thought, The pollution is not outside, pollution is there inside within us. Unless and until that pollution of negative thought, waste thought, maybe the worries and threatening and what we are getting inside our mind, that pollution we need to first attack. Once we attack those pollution, those corruption, those all internal things, once we start cleansing it, external environment is going to be benign, beautiful, and wonderful to live. If we don't take care of that, whatsoever effort we put, whatever amount of energy we apply in that, I think those effort may go wasteful, may not be resulting into the desired result. I hope this is the only message I wanted to convey on this occasion. It's a wonderful platform, Sat Guna Sangha. So this Sat is nothing but it's in reality and 7 qualities, that is Sukh, Shanti, Prem, Ananda, Gyan, Shakti, and Pavitrata. Happiness, peace, knowledge, bliss, power, and purity. And this Satguna is our inner treasures, which we need to explore. And that's why I think everybody is here on this platform, that Satguna Sangha. So I like that title very much. And I'm very much thankful to organizer for inviting me on this platform and giving me I also thank all the participants for giving me a good listening. I am very thankful. Sudesh Sharma ji, you could finally make it. In fact, I was busy. I'm in transit actually. I could make it finally. So thank you all of you once again. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the spirituality and environment. Please accept this memento. Get ready for the next question. Ensure to put your answers in the chat box. Who is known as the father of environment? Edwin Odum, Rachel Carson, Alexander von Humboldt, Ernest Haeckel. And the answer is C, Alexander. Global demand for energy is growing, and we believe carbon capture, utilization, and storage will play a key role in global efforts to reduce emissions while ensuring the world can continue to thrive. Our next speaker will present us on ESG and carbon credit, carbon footprint. A brief introduction of Dr. Nisha Kohli. She is the CEO and founder of CorpStage. Over 23 years of experience in consulting, training, and managing finance functions within multinational and private organizations. She is a corporate sustainability, ESG, sustainable finance and strategy. She is a performance management, corporate governance, and risk management. She is into financial planning, analysis and control, corporate valuation, organization resilience, mergers and acquisitions, alliance and joint ventures. Dr. Kohli was awarded the Corporate Governance Research Scholar Award in 2008 by the International Corporate Governance Network. Please welcome Dr. Nisha Kohli. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Nisha Kohli joining from CorpStage, Singapore. Currently, I'm traveling, so I'm not able to join the live session today. But I'm very grateful to Dr. Sundar Kataria for giving me this opportunity to share my views
Dr. Nisha Kohli is, since she's traveling, she has not been able to join with us, but she has given her video. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Please, and we are sorry for the interruption. Please be with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Nisha Kohli joining from COP Stage, Singapore. Currently, I'm traveling, so I'm not able to join the live session today. But I'm very grateful to Dr. Sundar Kataria for giving me this opportunity to share my views on ESG and carbon footprint. Um, Basically, from my background, I come from the governance and social responsibility background, but have been in this field for the past 22 years. And that's why we've been doing ESG, consulting, a SaaS-based platform, and many other things related to carbon footprinting, accounting, offsetting, and mitigation. So in that respect, I feel I would like to share my views on ESG and carbon credits, footprinting, etc. We all know that there is no planet B for us. In the last few days, we've seen that Delhi temperatures have touched about 52, 54 degrees, which have been very, very high. Cities are being roasted. Sometimes they are, under floods, forest fires, and many other things. So, if the environment is not right, how can these societies prosper? So, if the societies cannot prosper or be sustainable, then businesses cannot be sustainable as well. So, these are three things are under nested interdependencies, which we should understand, and uh, basically our action should be inclined towards maintaining each other. So businesses should focus on society as well as environment. Now, keeping that point of view, and for many years, United Nations and World Economic Forum have been taking steps. And as we all know, that United Nations have come up with 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and WEF, World Economic Forum, has um, given us 4 pillars of value creation. And these 4 pillars are principles of governance. That means companies and businesses, countries, governments should focus on the proper governance, ethical values, and running of the businesses or running of the operations. Planet-wise, we need to take care of the environment. There's a need to take care of the environment, otherwise we will not be sustainable. And people-wise, that there should be no poverty, people should be taken care of, their health, their food, and all those things, should be enough to be sustainable for the population. And the last but not the least is the prosperity. That means businesses, people, everybody should have money and economic wealth to live a better standard and good life. So given those 4 pillars, financial institutional investors and basically, investor community came up with the term ESG, because they used to consider these 3 criterias in their investment assessment and analysis. Now, the thing is that since they were using these 3 criterias in their analysis, corporates automatically have to follow these criteria so that they are ranked better and rated better. So in that respect, uh, it's similar to ESG. Basically, the term is similar to corporate sustainability. There is no difference in that, because if corporates are following sustainability principles, they're automatically making themselves inclined, or I would say in line with ESG indicators. So, many times I've heard that um, people get confused about the term ESG, and they say, oh, ESG is backlashed, it's not going to be there. and tweets from Elon Musk, etc. They say ESG is bad and things like that. It's not that. It's about how corporates do sustainability, or how they basically become the leaders of the future of our society. So environmental criteria, if we look at what it covers, is climate change, biodiversity, water efficiency, energy efficiency, carbon, environmental management systems. And social wise, it covers people, communities, suppliers, customer, government, and child labor, etc. From the governance side, businesses have to be ethical, should be compliant. The boards should be governing the businesses properly, and there should be shareholder democracy. So what may a business strategy for sustainability look like? Business strategy should focus on people, should focus on generating profits, because without financial capital, business cannot survive. That's important for long-term sustainability. And businesses should focus on protecting and restoring the ecosystem. Protecting the cultural diversity is equally important for businesses. ESG creates positive impacts on companies, and that's been proven by many researchers, that it promotes top line growth, it reduces the cost, it reduces regulatory risks, employee productivity improves, and then asset optimization also increases. So it basically it creates a brand image, and retain and helps in retaining and attracting more customers. So ESG focused companies basically aim to create more wealth. Um, it, the companies, basically the risk rate reduces, the financial performance increases, valuation goes high, and shareholders also get their increase in wealth. So how does ESG materiality look for companies? Which areas or which indicators do companies follow? It depends on the materiality. So on the materiality, there are two axes or two scales. One is what is important for stakeholders, and the other one is what is important for the company as a whole. So companies have to look at those two axes and determine which are their priorities, which indicators or which criteria are their priority, and then based on that, they focus on those indicators. They come up with commitments, they come up with strategies, they come up with goals, and then indicators, in the sense that KPIs which can be monitored and tracked to measure the performance. So that's the materiality, and this materiality itself takes a lot of exercise, in the sense that company has to engage with all the stakeholders through different methods to gather their insights, understand their issues, and then their focus of the attention. Now, one of the stakeholder, of course, is the environment, the biggest stakeholder. And then for that environment, company has to reduce its carbon footprint. Now, what is carbon footprint? Carbon footprint is basically calculated or understood in the normal sense as CO2. However, it does also include many other gases such as methane and, nitrogen oxide and other things. So this basically carbon footprinting is calculating the footprint, the gas footprint, I would say, in the business as well as of the product. So there are two types of carbon footprint. One is business carbon footprint, and the other one is the product carbon footprint. So product carbon footprint is covered under, it comes under business carbon footprint. And some of the gases which I was saying is the methane. Methane, so one methane is equal to 25 CO2, 25 items of CO2, and nitrogen oxide 298, and then so on and so forth. So all these are converted as expressed in terms of CO2. Now, to reduce or to measure the carbon footprint of a business, there is something called greenhouse gas protocol, which is a report which is covered under reporting standard, and this accounting standard and reporting was basically covered under Kyoto Protocol as well. So what does it do? It has described the GHG into three scopes: scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Now, scope 1 is about the direct emissions. Scope 2 is about electricity consumption and power consumption, and scope 3 is indirect emissions which come from the value chain items. So value chain items could be from your suppliers, could be from the end use, could be from customers, and so on. So downstream activities and the upstream activities are all covered under scope 3, and this is the most difficult thing to be measured. Uh, so companies, for doing this, after doing the carbon footprint, and carbon footprint, how they can do, there are two tools like GHG protocol, and the other one is life cycle analysis tool, which is used for product carbon footprint. So companies can use those tools to determine the carbon footprint, and then they can set the boundaries for those in terms of maybe the region or maybe life cycle stage, maybe production. Based on that, they can do they can set the boundaries. And why I'm saying that setting the boundaries, because setting the boundaries will help them to report as well. Now, the footprinting measure, the process is that you agree on the boundaries, gather the data, undertake the analysis, and identify which are the hotspots which can help to reduce the footprint as such, then take the action. So mitigating actions should be taken by companies, and if mitigation actions are lower than what the companies have committed to reduce the targets, then companies go in for carbon credits and offsetting. So carbon credits are those which actually fill in the buffer for carbon mitigation and carbon footprint. So carbon footprint, let's say if it is 100 CO2 and mitigation is 80, then carbon offsetting will take care of the 20 CO2. So, and that can be done by focusing on even SDGs. So if companies focus on projects on SDG 15, SDG 13, SDG 7, which is for affordable and clean energy, SDG 9, which is industry innovation and infrastructure, that the co-benefits basically for adopting the carbon or buying the carbon credits. So overall, what can we do about this carbon footprinting? And one is of course, the mitigation should be the first priority, and then companies should support on adaptation. That means affecting the society as well, and then changing the infrastructure, coming up with health programs and helping the vulnerable communities and things like that. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. Overall, I would like to say that ESG, there are two things that I would like to mention here. That ESG is not a backlash, it's not negative, it's about corporate sustainability. And secondly, businesses, when they measure their carbon footprint, they should set the boundaries and then try to come up with mitigating actions first. Carbon offsetting should be at the later stage. It should be used as a buffer. It should not be used as a primary tool of reducing or coming up with carbon neutrality. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and very sorry that I could not be live today, but thank you very much again. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Nisha, for your presentation on ESG, environmental social governance. Though you were not with us, but we enjoyed your presentation. Please accept this memento. Our next quiz question, here it comes. The biggest obstacle in managing municipal solid waste in India is transportation, segregation, collection. And the answer is B, segregation. Having the knowledge, skills, and dispositions to solve problems and resolve issues individually and collectively that sustain ecological, economic, and social stability. Mr. Indu Joshi, Joint Secretary. He is a Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Government of Nepal. He's done his MSc in Chemistry, in Microbiology, and Masters in Business Administration. He has more than 30 years of experience in the field of science and technology related administration in the Government of Nepal, with Quality Administration, Environment Administration, Science and Technology Administration, etc. He has experience working in South Asian Regional Standard Organization, Dhaka, Bangladesh. He has contributed to develop different policies, acts, and regulations for the government of Nepal. His main area of research is antimicrobial resistance. Please put your hands for Mr. Indu Joshi. Over to you, sir. You may start, sir.
That you could use the arrow key, sir, to move forward. You could reshare your presentation. Yes, we can see your presentation now, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, we cannot hear you, sir, though.
Seems he's trying to speak, but maybe
Can't hear you, sir, but we can see your screen. So audio connection, I think. We can't hear you, sir. Yeah, अभी आवाज आया, sir. अभी we can hear you, sir. Yeah, now I can hear you, sir. Now we can hear you. Lost you again.
to the other audience, request to keep themselves on mute, except when they're asking questions, because there were some disturbances in between while speakers were, so seriously speaking to the audience. There were a lot of voice is coming from
Sir,
around.
your presentation is seen, sir. आप खाली मतलब आपका ऑडियो एक बार ट्राई कर लीजिए सर. प्रेजेंटेशन बराबर है, बट वी कांट हियर यू सर. आप एक बार वापस लॉग ऑफ करके लॉग इन कर लेंगे सर एक बार प्लीज. कांट हियर यू सर. एक बार मैं आपको म्यूट करता हूं, आप वापस अनम्यूट कर लीजिए सर. एक सेकेंड. सर एक बार अनम्यूट कर लीजिए. हेलो. यस सर. नहीं, आवाज नहीं आ रहा सर. आपको वापस एक बार लॉग इन करना पड़ेगा सर. आप लॉग आउट करके लॉग इन कर लीजिए एक बार. आई थिंक फिर आ जाएगा. नहीं हो जाएगा ना.
नाही नाही बोलत ना झालं माझं काम.
Yes. Sir has joined. Yes, sir. The audio is not coming, sir. We cannot hear you, but we can see you clearly and we can see the presentation also. आवाज नहीं आ रहा. So would you want to join from your mobile, sir? And then we can, probably put that audio on.
So you can join from your mobile and we will share the presentation from here, sir.
No, he can share it. He can join from 2 devices and then he can talk from the mobile and he can present from his one.
Okay, I think
Yes. Yes, now we can hear you, sir. Perfect. We hear you now. Perfect. आपका आवाज आया था सर अभी एकदम perfect. We can hear you from your mobile. Perfect. Please go ahead, sir. You want to share? You want to share? मानसी आप stop share कर लीजिए. Sir share कर लेंगे. You can share now. There was no problem in sharing.
पसीना हो गया देखो.
Perfect, sir. Full screen कर लीजिए and you're on. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving opportunity and sorry for the technical problems. And thank you for including this topic as well. I have requested special request for the ICS to include this topic, and this we have started this year. So as a part of the science literacy, The environment literacy is a part of science literacy. At first, I would like to go to the first slide. Is there echo?
No.
Are you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. The science literacy is the ability to gather information of science, then to ability to analyze the information, then ability to apply the informations, and it is multidisciplinary. It can include many topics, including environment. And one important part, just previous speaker Sudhir also mentioned that it is just the knowledge, also the behavior. So the same spirit here also. So we need knowledge, but they have to be applied, and for that we need to change our behavior also. So one part in the science literacy is the science educations that we give in early time. So how to make them more inquisitive, how to make them more communicating and collaborating. These type of traits would like to give in science literacy program, and it's not just the content. So similarly, in environment literacy, also the same thing. So according to North American Association for Environment Educations, they have given the property of environmental literacy is a conceptual understanding about environment issues, and then problem solving and critical thinking skills, and proclivity toward the environment and natural world, and pro-environmental behavior in personal and civic realms. The main important thing is that we are not going to create anybody the environment encyclopedia. So they must have ability to learn and then to use. So we have designed this science environment literacy in such a way that it will keep moving. So it is not just one-time work. Just like in the fundamental literacy, we have some standard, and once the standard is achieved, then it's over. But environment literacy and science literacy, how we have designed is it's a continual process, because the study never ends, learning never ends. So it is lifelong learning. So in that, what we have included is pathway, and then progression, and the doses. The pathway means the planning, how to move ahead after one level to another level. So this is the pathway, and the progression is the whatever the activities we carried out. So it is the major level. So these are the programs which we carry out, and the dosage is intensity. So these are the three things in lifelong learning. So how we can learn this? There are three methods of learning. So pedagogy, which we get in university, school education, formal education. The andragogy is adult learning, and the heutagogy. That heutagogy we are giving more priority in case of environment literacy. So heutagogy is self-directed learning. So the person has to determine which topics they have to learn and how to learn. So it will be managed by the heutagogy, by the person rather than the teachers. So it is the student-centered teaching methodology and self-directing teaching method, learning method. So how we can get the knowledge is for that we have to have a good environmental education models, especially in the school educations. Earlier the learning it is better. So once we have a good environmental education in schools, then it can help us to learn in future also. We'll have more interest and we can catch the new updates. If we do not have the basic or foundation, then it will be much more challenging in the future also. So besides the school education, we can have different other learning methods also, like home learning, home schools. In the family, we can discuss about the environment, and then we can learn from the friends. We can learn in the office, in the community. We can learn from others in a very informal way. Also, intergenerational learning is also very important. The grandfathers, grandpas, they can learn from their grandchildren. So this type of things also included in our environment literacy program. So now in the content base, I have given some examples of current issues for us. Different people will have different subject programs. So in our case, we have river basin issues, water cycles, water pollution and treatment issues, conservation of water and the quality of water like BOD, COD, DO, turbidity, pH. And similarly, others in air pollution sectors, we have PM issues, ESP, hydrocarbons, mobile sources, testers. All these I have given is the content and knowledge. But the main thing is the behavior. If we understand PM 2.5 is concerned to the air pollutions, and if we do not stop open burning, then we are not environmentally literate. If we see the air quality index and it is reaching to the emergency situation, for example, 300, and if we do not change our behavior, if we go without masks outside, then we are not environmentally literate. So we should know our knowledge, our concerns, and then accordingly we have to behave. Then we are environmentally literate. And we have to keep learning next. It will not end in one topic. So similarly, in the case of the solid waste also, if we do not segregate the biodegradable, non-biodegradable waste, and if we do not control single-use plastic materials, all these things, if we do not behave in that way, then we are not environment literate. We can talk high-sounding things, but if we do not behave, then we are not really environmentally literate. So similarly, in case of atmosphere, also the same thing. So climate change, all the previous speakers also have elaborated them very clearly. I have just issues, some points of only. Now, another thing that has to be little bit promoted in our region, because third pole and the climate change, this issue also very important, and we are in alarming sense the desnowing of Himalaya, and due to this, the billions of people's livelihood can be threatened, and in this case, the South Asians should have alliance to work in the international forums, and India being the largest country has to take a much more important role in fighting with the snowing of the Himalaya. And we can see in the pictures how big part of the part is based on this Himalayan source, the water sources, and from that all the livelihoods of the people. Now, how we can assessment? There are different ways of assessment in the science, environment literacy. And the one example I have given is in the middle school level, we have to understand about the ecological knowledge and the verbal commitment and actual commitment and environmentally sensitive and environment feelings. So these type of things should be there at middle school level. And then what we expect, as I have also mentioned, that if we do not do not conserve the energy, if we do not conserve water, we won't be environment literate. So the expectation of this program is we will be very sensitive to the environment issues. We don't use haphazardly the single-use plastics. We segregate the biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. We conserve energy, water, that types of unnecessary. We do not use toxic substances, pesticides, and so on. So the in summary, we can say that we will develop the global citizenship, 21st century education through and environmental citizenships. That means the state character of behavior of persons viewed as what's that field? The ecosystem with attendant rights and responsibilities, rights and responsibility, especially the responsibility to maintain ecological integrity and the right to exist in a healthy environment. So in summary, I would like to say that environment literate will have knowledge and there will be behavioral change and this will be self-directed learning and the lifelong learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for enlightening us on ecological integrity. Please accept this momentum. Please get ready for our next quiz question. And the question is, which of the following country is the leading plastic polluter? UK, China, USA, India.
China.
And the answer is B, China. Natural resources are the part of environment that are highly important to humans, whether they are in one form or the other. Natural resources are available in nature itself, and humans have no say in making them. The modern lifestyle and advance in technology have had a very bad impact on natural resources. Let's hear from our next speaker, Mr. Kombia, how we can conserve natural resources. He is the Chief Manager at GAIL India Limited. He has done his MSc in Group Analytical Chemistry. He is MBA Project Manager and PhD. He has 35 years of multi-diverse field industrial experience in the field of natural gas quality, internal corrosion study, and dew point method development. specialized in natural gas quality with internal corrosion monitoring of 1000 km pipeline. His awards includes first position in NILS Corrosion Award for Internal Corrosion Study for the year 2016. He's got the Best Employee Award for year 2018 in Gale KG Basin Pipeline, Innovative Stringent Gas Quality and Installation, Commission of GDU at Major ONGC Source Gas at KG Basin Network. Please put your hands and welcome Mr. Komban. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just I'm going to share my slides. Please give me a few seconds. Is it visible, my slides?
Yes, sir. We would request you to make it full screen, sir.
Yeah.
That's right, sir. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartiest gratitude to Mr. Sundar Katyari ji, ICS. You are having the wonderful team, sir, and organized and given me the opportunity for me to present my topic, natural conservation of natural resource from Gale sites. And your team is really wonderful, sir. Many of occasions, your auditors are come not only as auditors, they are valued and conservative of inputs to our industries, and we have upgraded many things. And really, I'm thankful to, especially for Mr. Nagaraj, sir. He has so associated many years, and really is very talented auditors, and in our team has motivated, sir. Thank you very much, given me the opportunities. Now I would like to start my presentation, sir, and it will take much time because the topic is very sensitive and is very large. It's not a one day, it's every day. People should think about the conservation of natural resource and what we have. And especially from Gale side, before going to give that global and India, I would like to what kind of remedies we have taken from our Gale sites to net zero to conservation of natural resources. And from Gale side, the conservation of natural resource, enhancing the quality of life through clean energy and beyond. It's our objectives. For example, we have 22,000 kilometers underground pipelines and all over India network, and all the natural gas passing through the enclosed manner. But somewhere in production area from ONG side and treatment area from ONG sides, and we have the petrochemicals, polymer, and LPG recovery plant. Everything is we have, but one thing is that from our part, how we are handling the natural resource is minimized level, emission of pollutions, and how we are trapping that pollutions. These are all most important, and we have taken much more remedies on that. Example, we are making a natural gas recently blending with hydrogens. So the hydrogen is we are produced from ourselves and blending into that our pipelines. And it is going on, and almost 98% is completed until after 2% over, then it will be passed through that entire the pipelines. So it will give the more energy and also reduce the pollution emission of CO2 and other kind of impurities, biological as well as chemicals. Here, and we are zero emission of all kinds and zero water and zero waste. And we are in the right number of achieving the sustainability excellence for Gale installations. And every year it is the improvement stages. In Coil concerns, the energy management initiatives and green hydrogen blending already is discussed. The integration of electrical motors and SCADA and other meters are installed, and the power consumption drastically we have reduced. And renewable energy initiatives, the PATA rooftop, we are installing many solar panels, and we are getting the power, and we are connected to the grid, to the national, and we are subsidies, and as well as economically is viable, as also we are utilizing that power. And governance policy in energy management ways, and biodiversity management, and energy management, and the mission management, and the responsible water management. This topic has been really is being concluded, and we are implemented. We are maximum as much as possible emission and corrosion and erosions and pollutions has been reduced drastically and day by day. So as far as concerned, example for in GAIL, hydrogen is blended, it is really is going to be reduced almost 5% drastically within initial periods. And renewable energy, we have almost talked about that 5.76 gigahertz, and it will be achievable very soon. The energy management highlights 2023, it's also have almost 1,16,870 gigajoules from the renewable source, and 4,99,483 gigajoules from the non-renewable source, and 6.17 reductions in energy consumptions. So these are the our achievement is going up. And also ISO 5001, the energy management system is very highly implemented with the help of ICS, the audit, excellent auditors and inputs. We are changed our system every day and every minutes. So these are our concept and aim for giving the value to this, reduce the energy consumption, and the natural resource has been reduced, and the future concern for our society. And conservation of natural resource and reduce, these are the different ways we can use, reduce, reuse, and recycle, 3R principle, and cut down on what we want to away from that. And volunteer and clean up in our community. Education is most important. Every day, every minute, whenever, wherever you travel, and you please come through educations and communicate the how to conserve, to start from the water and food and everything. Really is what required to eat and what required to drink. Without trust, you do not be drink water even for hand wash and each and everywhere. Conserve water and choose sustainable and shop wisely. Only is unwanted things has to be go on. If you have the money enough, and go and purchase a lot of even plastic materials, so whatever not usable or beyond the usable, we are collecting and keeping in that. That's not a good. So only we conserve for expenditure also. So long use lasting at light bulbs. So whenever not in that room, or you are in the sleeping conditions or not working condition, better to switch off, and energy consumption has to be reduced. So plant trees. These are the all things we are using in our working area and in our day-to-day life in our house. Also, we are educated our children, our family also. And hail emitted to renewable energy, you can see that slides, we really is made, there's some picture as shown here. I am given only a few pictures, but we enter the network all over the Gales, wherever we are having this network of office, and in the site area, we have installed that renewable energy solar, and water is reduced, and plantation also we have date lot, and we are consuming the power very less because we are using our internal inbuilt of that. And monitoring and promoting the waste to wealth to the CPC. Setting up the compressed biogas plant for a capacity of 5 TDP. And we are not only from the fuel gas, what do you call that, fossil fuels. Nowadays, the ministry has come and directed to all public sectors, especially for GAIL as gas management, for the biogas from the chick waste or any other dung, how dung waste, they are producing and encouraging, and we the people are getting the gas from that peoples, and we are selling the gas in CGD gas, or somewhere we are connecting to that our trunk lines. So this way we are, what do you call that, fossil fuel has reduced, and biogas we are getting from the renewable energy. The conservation of natural resource, as in the year-wise, it's really very drastically, it is going up, and how to reduce each and every one. It's not a governance of government, it's not a society, it's not from one corporate company or in a country or in it is each and every individuals as a concern. We must think about how to use minimize space, and until unless if not in use, you must be close it up. So the definition, we understand that from the natural resource, it's a material and it's comes from the natural resource, and we are taking into that valued product, and the product is to be demand for the developing countries and developed countries and for poor countries. But developed countries and developing countries really they have been utilized much more, but we are not given any amount of for that future as well as undeveloped countries, because there was a global nature and corporate natures. So you must consider each one. It is not in a single hand. It has to globally hand together and think it over for how to reduce the natural resources. And but as concerns, wherever it is possible from individual, you can be utilize the things in proper manners. For example, South Africa, the new Dresden Park new nature reserve will protect ancient rock art, build and wildlife and livelihood and grassland and water. It is a small but important step forward, and landowners, local government and civil society have together and take the positive step towards a better land governance. How they made because of the erosions, the soil nowadays you can see in India's many states, the river itself, they are removing a strand and for construction activities and many other purpose. It is very dangerous situations. But how these people are making this, so better to don't take from that soil or other kinds, better to put some just like artificial manner to make it as much as possible to protect our rivers and natural resources. And it's a statistical resource depletions. The graph and charts are showing here itself. We can see the globally how the millions of losses are every year and how it is happening. So these are all we are understood. Here we can see that, the area of color highlighted in that pictures, it's a very painful, and how to you recover from this area. So only thing is has to be reduced drastically nature resources and how you have to utilize alternatively, and for any technology point of views, then we have to think it over million times. The conservation of natural resource, for example, 140 years and the gold mines, for example, for South Africa against it's really now the situation is very, very bad. See that lot of mines are opened for gold recoveries, but ultimately they spoiled the local life because so many heavy metals and toxic material impurities are spread over the everywhere and contaminated drinking waters. Now the starvation of water, not only it's water available, it's also not quality. It's so big headache, and also it's very dangerous for their life. It's difficult. So this way we have to be think it over how we can change. Every kind of natural resource has to be minimized and should not be passed into the any kind of toxic in the ground level. The same way, the global demand is now alternatively it's lithium. There is a most more another importance. The lithium is another battery life is coming to that global to in the air. But think it is also be you have to more consciously. Even lithium also can be handled, and the technology also has to be improved, and how to handle the situation and to minimize the damages or emission for environmental pollution to reduce. Another is innovative approach for the conservation is, this is the way already we told that better to go for solar effect and wind energy and hydroelectricity, and even nowadays more wind energy is coming from that ocean sides. That technology is going very high, so that's why we can be come into the picture to reduce the consumption is reduced from natural resource, so that we can be appreciable ways. So that we have to think it our own itself, from the industries. Even I'm working in the industry, I can give it from bottommost to whatever the ideas and innovations that has to be implemented to get the beneficial for us. So we are doing in our organizations. I think so many of our countries having the other industries also doing the same ways. The water conservation techniques, the most of water for industries, especially for our petrochemicals or any other industries, is water is a backbone. Without water, we can't do that things. But how to utilize the water and the reuse and net zero or liquid, what do you call that, zero emissions. So that we have to implement in our GAIL. Really, we have used almost 100% that reduce the water, and whatever the water is generated from the recycled, and the recycled water is again we are using for plantations, and then again that earth is having water absorbed, that water is again we are collecting borewell. So this is a cycle way we are doing that we are in harvesting area as well as in industrial usage. Next one is the forest conservation strategies. In India and globally, it is another one gray area. It is a really very tough situations in many area, and many news are coming from that forest has fired and damaged the wildlife ecosystem and other kinds. The forest is the most important for us all of every life start from what do you call it, microbes and big animals. So this nitrogen cycle will be only protected by this forest, because that forest really nature of that what kind of that grass roots, when the rainfall will come, it will hold the water and some millions of tons of water and release sustained waste to utilize for entire the period. It is a God grace, it is a nature, and nobody knows most of us, but the real forest protection is most priority and top priority. So the geological and ecological as well as and the bacterial nitrogen cycle has to be protected only in this way. So we must take both, not only today and when entire the days in our life, wherever you go to the forest, do not use plastic and do not throw any unwanted things, and do not handle any kind of toxic impurities over there. And reducing fossil fuel and fuel dependence. See that nowadays it is another most important, because most of the 80% of the energy, petrol, diesel and fossil fuels comes from the abroad, and remaining 20% only we are recovering from our domestic levels. But while transporting that spilling of diesel and petrol, and it's contaminating seafood, aquaculture, everything is in a bad manner. And very recent we got so many unwanted things what happened in our sea area. So it is contaminated, and not only for sea life, it is millions of years will over there, because of heavy metals will spill on the sea water. It will give enormous ecological changes, and from the seafood and as well as marine area and marine medicines, everything will collapse. So we have to protect, and this to be handled and taken think over for betterment of our life. The wastewater reduction and recycling is a circular economy, cost, benefit, and economic waste. So Netherlands is doing the economic initiatives and zero water waste programs, and San Francisco zero wastewater goal. These are the people that have taken the initiation to global level, the leaders. So we have to follow for the same kind how this circular design has been made, and circulation solution, ecosystem leadership, and circulation operation, and circular consumptions. This system has to be implemented, and it should come for entire world. Then only we can think about our natural conservation, and the conservation of natural resource will be keep in capital manner to go ahead for our future generations. Protecting the marine ecosystems. Already I told this marine ecosystem is a beautiful medicines and beautiful life example, and also enter the world climate change only in the deep water sea level. So better we have to protect whatever the possible ways from our sites. So for example, Great Barrier Reef Marine Park is example. And another one is that Iceland sustainable fish policies. These two kind of things will give the more importance for how to protect our natural resource for marine ways. Next, technology and innovations. And these are the most important for our area because we have to survey our life in a most comfortable and also take care of our natural resource. Today, I got 1,000 rupees. If I spend money, 1,000, and in the future, it's very difficult. The same way, whatever the resources available, we are taking and taking and using enormously, and it is a very, very difficult and very painful. So you must think it over every times, every seconds to the technology and innovation also important, but the technology has to be protected. The biotechnology and resource management, it is also innovation like biofuel and biodegradation. We can replace the plastics. So that way you can, innovation has to be each and every scientist has to involve and get into the application point of views. Reduction and awareness, environmental reduction and programs. These are the important for education conservations and ecosystem programs and public awareness campaigns. For example, successful campaign and other impacts will reduce the and recycle. 3R principle will come into the pictures. And policy and legislations. So whenever go for any kind of even natural conservation also, we cannot take it as ideally, I cannot go for anything. There should be stringent policy and legislations for international agreement and our local bodies to strictly implement the role of global cooperations. There is a Paris Agreement is the best example for us to go for energy conservations. And community involvement, grassroots level, people should, wherever even a small group of companies or community or social or village together meet, wherever they find any unwanted environmental dust or any impurities or any kind of toxic, they have to take immediate action and go for that things. And tree cuts also plant. For example, CIPCO movement is one of the best example. The great that is what you call in North India, especially in the Himalayas area, the most of the teak wood has been cut down and been used for many applications. That has been formed by the 1972 by two persons. It has been protected. Now whole life has been sacrificed for this CIPCO movement in India. It was the most effective manner to protect it. From that onwards, now the tree cut downs has been reduced as much as possible. And other thing is that the great backyard bird court. And what you call that? It means whenever the forest is more thick and other things, all the wildlife and birds will be peacefully sit over there and lead life, and nitrogen cycle will not be cut down. They will be beneficial for plantations. Even a human plant is only its limitations. The bird plant is millions and millions and enormous. If you cut down that bird community, it's very dangerous for our life. So the life cycle, dilution, water and pollutant discharge, fossil fuel per unit per energy, water pollutant include chemical, COD and nitrogen and ammonia and petroleum energy and other volatile phenols has to reduce in that graph shows that we have to come into the picture for our day-to-day activities. And personal activities and conservations, the daily habits is most important. How to educate the children and also our community, how the tips has to be given for clean habits and collection of dust and from all the common areas and reducing the plastic use and conserving water and energy. So most important, we can do that also. Last and not least, it is the conclusions. The conservation of natural resource in the need that future generations, it is our duty to serve them to future and conserve the biodiversity in the most essential for the upcoming generations. It is important to conserve natural resource to maintain the ecosystem and sustainability of these resource for the future generations. The sustainable development is the theory which states that we should use our resource in such a way that can be also conserved for our success. Thank you so much for giving me the patient, and I took much time, I think so. It's a lunch time also over. So thank you once again. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Katayari sir, and your team and other chief guest, and my key talk peoples. Thanks a lot and given me these opportunities.
As very rightly said, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Cut down on what you throw. Thank you, Mr. Komea, on your presentation on conservation of natural resources. Please accept this momentum. Solar energy is the cleanest and most abundant renewable energy resource available, and it can be harnessed directly from the sun, even cloudy weather. Solar energy is used worldwide and is increasingly popular for generating electricity and heating or desalinating water. Our next speaker, Mr. P.R.C. Murthy, will enlighten us on renewable energy solar energy. Brief introduction of Mr. T.R.C. Murthy. He is the retired General Manager of Power Grid Corporation of India Limited. He is a diploma in engineering, civil engineering, and AMIE. He has 40 years of experience in civil construction and HV transmission projects execution and in field quality assurance. He has received Fellow of Institution of Engineers Award and Chartered Engineering Award. Please welcome Mr. P.R.C. Murthy.
Good evening to all.
Good evening, sir.
First of all, I sincerely my gratitude to Dr. Kataria and his ICS team for giving this opportunity to put up this presentation on renewable energy and solar power. Is it visible, my presentation?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. This renewable energy, first I want to discuss about this renewable energy. So there are several definitions. It is a energy harnessed from continuously occurring natural phenomena. That is from, you will get it energy from this natural resources. And as per International Energy Agency, this renewable energy is a energy derived from natural process that are replenished at a fast rate than they are consumed. Whatever you are consuming during this process, generating renewable energy, that will be generated very fast rate. And it is also called as green energy because it will not cause much greenhouse gases emissions, very less greenhouse gas emissions. This generally renewable energy will be generated through natural process like sources like wind, solar, water, or tides, and it is this renewable energy generally used types of, there are some types of the Few types of renewable energies are here. Solar power, that is the main source, one of the main we are generally using nowadays. And wind power, this is also mostly used nowadays. And hydroelectricity, this is an ancient method we are generating energy. Geothermal energy. Geothermal is nothing but this is the thermal energy extracted from crust of the earth. That like hot springs, like that. And biomass. The renewable energy offers conventional in 4 methods. This is electricity generation, hot water, space heating, transportation, and rural off-grid energy generation. Necessity of renewable energy to control the climate change. Nowadays we are facing there are a lot of change in climate and abnormal increase in temperatures, and we are facing that. And like natural calamities, we are a lot of natural calamities occurring in a day, in every year. To control that climate change, this renewable energy, use of renewable energy is necessary. And increase in demand of electricity. The demand of electricity is increasing day by day because of the development of the countries and all this, and domestic consumption also increasing day by day because of the change in climate. Also domestic consumption increasing. That's why it is necessary to approach this renewable energy. And depletion of resources, natural resources. Wherever non-renewable energies we are using, that like that thermal stations, in where we are using natural sources like coal and water, they are depleting very abnormally. So in future we may not get coal, and the water resources also getting depleted very fast. This groundwater table is going very deep also. Path of renewable energy. Renewable energy systems have rapidly become more efficient and cheaper over the past 30 years. A large majority of worldwide newly installed electricity capacity is now renewable. The main motivation to replace fossil fuels with renewable energy sources is to slow and eventually stop climate change, which is widely agreed to be caused mostly by greenhouse gas emissions. In general, renewable energy sources cause much lower emissions than fossil fuels. The International Energy Agency (IEA) estimates that to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, 90% global electricity generation will need to be produced from renewable sources. Renewables also cause much less air pollution than fossil fuels, improving public health and are less noisier. At the 2023 United Nations Climate Change Conference held at UAE, around 3/4 of the world countries set a goal of tripling renewable energy capacity by 2030. The European Union aims to generate 40% of its electricity from renewables by the same year. Benefits of the renewable energy. There are a lot of benefits of the renewable energy. That is a reduction in carbon emission. That is the main motto of the renewable energy, use of renewable energy, and reduce the automatically it will reduce the air pollutions. And enhanced reliability, security, and resilience. Because these renewable energy sources are from nature, they will not get reduced because wind cannot be reduced, and this solar energy cannot never reduce. Expanded energy access for remote, coastal, and isolated communities. For a energy transportation, we need lot of network from generation to load centers. If it is when you adopt this renewable energy like wind and solar, you can install the power stations, generation stations at load centers itself. so that you can minimize the transmission system also. Job creation. By establishing these renewable energy plants, we can create lot of jobs, and for even in my manufacturing sector also, because it needs lot of manufacturing for renewable energy creation. And increase energy independence, that we need not depend any others for this energy. We can our energy independence also increase, and lower energy cost. Renewable energy will reduces the cost of the generation. One of the best renewable energy is solar power. Solar energy is a form of renewable energy in which sunlight is converted into electricity, heat, or other useful forms of energy. It is a carbon-free energy source that, once built, produces none of the greenhouse gas emissions that are driving climate change. Solar power is a sure, pure, and secure energy, as said by our Prime Minister. Solar power is the fastest growing energy source in the world. There are two mainstream ways of harnessing solar energy. One is solar thermal and photovoltaics. Solar thermal is nothing but which converts solar energy into heat. And this photovoltaics is which converts it into electricity. PV is far more widespread, accounting for around 2/3 of the global solar energy capacity as of 2022. It is also growing at a much faster rate, with 170 gigawatt newly installed capacity in 2021 compared to 25 gigawatts of solar thermal. This solar photovoltaics. This is generally we may call it as a solar panels. These solar panels made of this semiconductors using silicon generally. These solar panels will convert the sunlight heat into energy, that is electrical energy. The most common solar energy technology, photovoltaics, are an additive energy source that can be used on a single home's rooftop or in a large farm producing thousands of megawatts of electricity, enough to power a mid-sized city also. Concentrated solar. Instead of turning sunlight directly into electricity, concentrating solar turns into it heat. Mirrors direct sunlight to a place, often a central power tower, where the concentrated heat boils a fluid. This boiling fluid then turn a turbine and make electricity, just like in conventional power plant. Yes, another method is the solar water heaters. You can see in like Bangalore cities where cold is for long periods. They generally installed these solar water heaters on rooftops. Some homes use solar energy to heat the water. It warms climate. In warmer climates, the sun can heat water directly, often with help from a panel. In colder climates, the sun warms a heat transfer fluid that is pumped indoors to heat the home's central hot water tank. That another one is passive solar heating from solar energy method. It is nothing but it is a design. Such a design, the windows, walls, and floors of a building are designed in such a way to collect, store, reflect, and distribute solar energy in the form of heat in the winter and reject solar heat in the summer. This is called passive solar design because, unlike active solar heating systems, it does not involve the use of mechanical and electrical devices. Solar power global scenario. So what is the present position in the position of solar power in global situation? The global electricity power generation in capacity of the entire world is 1419 terawatt hours at the up to 2023, and global electricity power generation capacity annual growth rate is 25%. Every year it is increasing The capacity is increasing by 25% since 2014. And the share of global solar electricity generation is of total entire generation is 5.5%. Levelized cost per megawatt hour is under the utility scale of photovoltaics is about $81 per megawatt. It is come up to, as on date, it comes up to around 6 to 7 rupees per unit in our terms, our power consumption terms. Primary technologies, these photovoltaics, concentrated solar power, solar thermal collectors, and main applications. This is solar energy is being used for a generation of electricity, water heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, and so on. And this national solar power national scenario, what is India is very vulnerable to climate change, notably due to the melting of Himalayan glaciers and changes in the monsoon pattern. For a country aiming to become a 5 million trillion economy, the move towards a low carbon and regenerative economy is an imperative. Solar could be India's salvation. With around 300 sunny days a year, India has the potential to lead the world in solar electricity, which will be less expensive than existing coal-fired power by 2030, even when paired with battery storage. Solar energy industry in India is growing significantly. The present growth is very high and very encouraging also. In 2019, India ranked 4th globally in installed renewable power capacity, with solar and wind power leading the way. If the target of 450 gigawatt achieved by 2030 as target set by PM, it also means that India would generate 60% of its electricity from non-fossil fuel sources by 2030, well beyond the 40% target in its Paris pledge. This will require the development of utility-scale renewable energy projects with innovative regulatory approaches that encourage pairing solar with other renewable technologies and storage to offer round-the-clock supply. It will also require attracting foreign investments in renewables. Renewable energy, where we are. As per IRENA, globally 4th position in overall energy capacity. India is at 4th position, and 45% cumulative installed capacity from non-fossil fuel sources, and renewable power generation increased nearly 1.75 times from 190 billion units to 332 billion units since 2014, and solar power installed capacity increased 29.3 times from 2.82 gigawatts to 82.63 gigawatts as on 30th April 24 since 2014. Almost within the 10 years, the growth is this much. It is a very appreciable and encouraging also. Wind capacity increased 2.18 times from 21 gigawatts to 45.88 gigawatts since 2014. As per IRENA, globally 4th position in wind power and 5th position in solar power capacity. Record RE capacity addition of 65 gigawatts in last 5 years. Within 5 years, we achieved a capacity of renewable energy by 65 gigawatts. And solar power and national scenario. Ground mount, there are different installations of solar plants. One is the ground mounted, it is in a large scale, generally mega power plants. There are a lot of agencies established now. And it is about 65.01 gigawatts as on date, and established capacity, and grid connected to solar rooftop. Nowadays, this rooftop solar are also being connected with grid, and that with the two-way meters, and it is nowadays it is established up to around 12.01 gigawatts. Hybrid projects. Nowadays, these hybrid projects are now coming with pumping system. So during the daytime, the water is pumped from lower level to higher level. During night, with that water, they will generate a hydro power with that water. So with that, this the type of hybrid projects they are establishing now. And in this, solar component is about 2.57 gigawatt, and off-grid solar, that is without individual independent generation. Solar generation is about 3.01 gigawatts, totaling about 82.63 gigawatts as on April 2024. Government has nowadays brought some government schemes to encourage this implementation of this renewable energy generation. So for solar power, to they have intention to establish rooftop solar project plants. The government has bring PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, and our Prime Minister told during addressing this about this solar power, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. This is a yojana with the Bachat Bhi evam with a slogan Bachat Bhi evam Kawai Bhi. This project entire the government funding is about total entire project investment is rupees 75,000 crores, aims to light up 1 crore households by providing up to 3,300 units of free electricity every month. This government will give subsidy up to 78,000 for a established capacity up to 3 kilowatts. So presently the cost of the per kilowatt is about 40 to 50,000 for establishing a rooftop plant, solar plant. For a 3 kilowatt, it is about 1,50,000 maybe maximum. And out of that, 50% the domestic consumers may get a subsidy. Like this, government is encouraging this domestic establishment of these solar power plants. And government also brought some another incentive scheme to this solar PV module producers, manufacturers. It is a production linked incentive scheme for national program on high efficiency solar PV modules. The outlay of this scheme is rupees 24,000 crores. Provision for production linked incentive scheme to the selected solar PV module manufacturer for 5 years post commissioning on manufacture and sale of high efficiency solar PV modules. Solar power future in India. By 2030, solar energy could meet 30% of India's electricity demand, and it creates millions of jobs and saving billions in fossil fuel imports. Nowadays, we are importing coal for thermal stations because this is our insufficient coal mines capacity. Solar power, if you generate more solar power, you can renewable energy, that fossil fuel imports also can be reduced. India's commitment to its Paris Agreement pledges and its vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family in the fight against global warming. Economical benefits and also significant environmental and social impacts. These are the and conclusion. India's solar energy is a testament to its commitment to sustainable development and combating climate change. Despite the challenges of land acquisition, grid integration, manufacturing dependencies, financial constraints, etc., the opportunities in solar energy are vast. With robust policy support, continued innovation, and a collective will, India is well on its way to become a global solar powerhouse. Thank you. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Mr. Murthy, for your presentation on renewable energy. Please accept this moment. We regret that we missed the quiz question earlier, so we'll have 2 questions back to back. Please get ready for the question of the quiz. And here goes the question. What is the hashtag campaign for World Environment Day 2024? Beat plastic pollution, climate change, Generation restoration, save the planet. And the answer is C, generation restoration. Our next quiz question is, which Indian city is hosting World Environment Expo in 2024? Mumbai, B, New Delhi, C, Karnataka, D, Greater Noida. And the answer is D, Greater Noida. Powering progress means respecting nature by protecting the environment, reducing waste, and making a positive contribution to biodiversity. I request Professor Sharma to please introduce our next speaker, Mr. J. Devaprakash.
Yeah, so I'll be quick. Dev Prakash Kamse, where should I start his introduction? See, after hearing all these scientific talks, am I okay? Last time I got a communication that I am not very loud. Is it okay, Mansi? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, having heard all the august speakers so far, they have been harping on conservation, preservation, spirituality. Okay, GHG emission control, CO2 control. Now, we also need somebody to disseminate these messages. And I think we have the right person as speaker amongst us, one who has been disseminating all this, I think, for about 2 decades now. So he's from a media background and having worked with the prestigious Sun TV group and now with the nuclear establishment at Tarapur. And the kind of the kind of interest he shows in environment and biodiversity is phenomenal, and this thing is the subject and discipline is very close to his heart, and these multiple sites, the multiple nuclear sites, I really still feel that all of us must have a visit to these sites and look at the biodiversity there. In fact, not only has the biodiversity been conserved and preserved, it has been enhanced also. And I think this is what would be the thrust of Mr. Dev Prakash's presentation. He's an author, writer. I have personally been tracking his writings, several scientific journals. He writes extensively. He has produced more than 4 profitable books, which have been, I believe, gifted to highest policy makers in the country and very well appreciated. So that's Dev Prakash. Without coming in between the speaker and you, Mansi, please.
Please welcome Mr. Dev Prakash. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mansi Madam, and thank you so much, Sudesh Sharma sir, for introducing me. In fact, it all because of you I am here today, and my special thanks goes to you for looping me in this forum. Just give me a second. Let me open my PPT. I hope this is visible to all of you.
You have to start sharing.
All right. Okay.
Coming now, sir. Yes, we can see your screen, sir. So you've got muted. You've got muted. Perfect, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. But your screen, I
Thank
think,
you.
is screen sharing option. Perfect, perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I'm happy, in fact, to feel honored to be part of this Environment Conclave, being organized to commemorate the World Environment Day. And many thanks to IACS and other organizers for giving me this great opportunity. A distinguished inaugural speaker of today's conclave, distinguished keynote speaker, distinguished fellow speakers, distinguished professors of panel discussion, and all those who are connected to this August forum. Good evening. I'm here to talk on powering progress, preserving nature, the Tarapur case. In this table of contents, I have divided my whole content into 5 parts. The part 1, the world is at the crossroads, is to set the context of this talk, to reiterate where the world is today in terms of energy requirement and environment impact. And part 2 is to bring forth the fact that nuclear energy has potential to address long-term energy requirements of humanity without affecting the environment. The part 3 is to emphasize that nuclear power generation is happening in India for over 5 decades with best performance. And part 4, the backyard, is to underline how the fringes of Tarapur nuclear power plant are flourishing with nature. And part 5, nature and Indian NPPs, is to highlight that the case of nuclear, the case of Tarapur is applicable in all other nuclear power plants in India in terms of nature preservation. So in this part 1, the world is at the crossroads. I have a subline for this. Humanity would never wish to face natural calamities. At the same time, it won't choose to live in darkness either. So there is a paradox, the paradox of energy and environment. And for the first time, the global average concentration of carbon dioxide hit 4.7 parts per million in March 2024. Possibly this could lead to rapid rise in carbon dioxide, and this perhaps heighten the threat to the world with the disastrous climate breakdowns such as severe heat waves, floods, droughts, and wildfires. While reporting this phenomenon, The Guardian, a famous news daily, has also linked it with a similar situation that happened around 14 million years ago. Perhaps this could lead to a strange climate to today's people. Therefore, it is high time to strike a balance between energy requirement and nature preservation. And policymakers and scientific fraternity across the world believe that switching to carbon free electricity is the best solution available as on date. In his book, Seeing the Light, The Case for Nuclear Power in the 21st Century, Scott and Thomas argue that global threats of climate change and leather air pollution, killing millions of people each year, make it clear that nuclear and renewable energy must work together as non-carbon sources of energy. And in that context, I strongly believe that atoms energy can make it out because it can produce electricity non-stop all around the year without harming the environment. So this low carbon technology, the current status of this low carbon technology is as below. With about 416 reactors in operation and an installed capacity of over 3.7 lakh megawatt, presently about 10% of the world electricity comes from nuclear energy. According to World Nuclear Association, these reactors globally help in reducing carbon dioxide emission by about 2 billion tons every year. And if you take the case of India, with the 24 nuclear power reactors in operation, that is 80-40 megawatt installed capacity, India's nuclear share is just 3.1% as of 2024. But this 3.1% nuclear share has really helped India to prevent the release of 41.97 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions in the previous financial year. Though the present nuclear share is small, rather low, nuclear has got a huge potential. About 65,000 tons of uranium per year is the current requirement for generating over 4 lakh megawatt nuclear energy. And the uranium reserves present rate of consumption can keep the nuclear power plants running for about 230 years, according to Nuclear Energy Agency. In fact, this estimation may double with the new extraction technologies and exploration. And the uranium reserves under sea still unexplored. An estimation says that it is likely that we can have about 60,000 years supply at present rate. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that nuclear has got a great potential which is still untapped. And India aims to generate 22,480 megawatt nuclear electricity by 2031 with the help of 8 reactors which are under construction and 10 reactors which have been awarded approval by Government of India. And these 10 reactors are planned to be built in fleet mode. Over and above, India pursues a 3-stage nuclear power program. This program was in fact a brain baby of Dr. Homi Jehangir Baba, who is the father of India's nuclear power program. I'm not getting into the technicalities of this program. I would like to just emphasize that once this program is implemented, all the 3 stages are implemented, the vast thorium reserves in Indian soil can be utilized to generate electricity, and that can lead to the country's energy security. Besides the nuclear power generation, hydrogen is touted as the energy of future in maintaining sustainability. The current green hydrogen generation across the world, hydrogen generation involves energy from renewables. The current capacity is 4.2 million tons, but it is set to rise over 32 million tons by 2030 worldwide. In this hydrogen race, India has set a target to generate over 5 million tons annually by 2030. As for the pink hydrogen denotes the hydrogen generated using nuclear electricity. That is, nuclear powered hydrogen generation is known as pink hydrogen. There are over 3 million tons clean hydrogen production is expected in next couple of decades. Over 1,400 announcements have been made across the world. And India's sole nuclear power generator, the Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, has also come out with a clean hydrogen policy aimed at integrating nuclear and hydrogen technologies. To sum this part, I believe atoms energy can keep the world powered and the nature calm. Atoms energy in 2 ways it can be utilized. One is direct power generation, electricity generation. Second is hydrogen generation through atomic energy. The part 3 is the Tarapur story. Tarapur in Maharashtra is the place from where India's nuclear electricity supply began for the first time. It has a legacy of 55 years of nuclear journey. These reactors came into operation in 1969, and there are two reactors known as BWR, boiling water reactors. And these reactors have so far generated over 99,000 million units of electricity with an availability factor of over 75%. And these reactors have helped in avoiding 84 million tons of carbon dioxide. Presently, these two reactors, two reactors, they are undergoing a life extension overall after serving the country for over 50 years. The Tarapur site has also got two more reactors. They are known as Indian PSWR, designed and built indigenously, the pressurized heavy water reactors. These reactors came into operation in 2005 and 2006, and they have so far generated over 132,000 million units of electricity with an availability factor of 86%, and they have helped avoid 112 million tons of carbon dioxide. And these two reactors have also set various records in best performance of any power station. For instance, one of these reactor has run 591 days continuously without any break, without any stoppage in between. And for 4 occasions, more than 1 year, these plants have run continuously. And now, after this Tarapur, I just told you about the Tarapur plants. And now let us see what is happening in the backyard of Tarapur. This is the place where tranquil environment abounds. There are about 132 species of birds in this exclusion zone. We have a zone, the zone surrounded by a nuclear power station is called exclusion zone, where human habitation is not there. This is a 1.6 kilometer radius area. This area has got good habitat for nature flourishment. There are 132 bird species we have spotted, recorded, and documented. These birds include forest birds, land birds, grassland birds, aquatic birds, and birds of prey. This photograph shows at the backdrop, you can see the plant, Tarapur plant. In the foreground, you can see a lot of birds on the shore. This is the shore of Tarapur nuclear power plant. These birds are the waders that come from Palarctic countries during winter, during migratory season. This year we recorded over 5,000 such birds. It's a culmination of various species called pteric sandpipers, sandflowers, great and lesser sandflowers. So the bird diversity is amazing here. And if you look at the butterflies, there are 65 species of butterflies one can see in Tarapur nuclear power plant site. The butterflies are divided into 5 families. All the 5 families you can find here. Then bat. One who visit Tarapur can get surprised of the number of bats you can see here. These bats are flying fox or fruit bat. They actually help in maintaining the ecosystem here by doing natural pest control, pollination, and seed dispersal. Pollination and seed dispersal, bats are very important in these days because the pesticides have taken huge toll on bees and flies that usually do this seed dispersal and pollination. With the reduction of bees and flies in the environment, the bats are playing a greater role in managing the ecosystem. and other organisms like wild pigs, heads of bulls. You can find a great number of bulls, maybe a few hundreds, Indian hare, and huge number of aquatic life. And recently we have came up with a sighting of this cub. This was a leopard cub spotted just 4 weeks ago. In fact, Tarapur, we were having, although we have not sighted leopards in the past, but we were sure that leopards used to live in this exclusion zone. But this leopard was a kid. This cub got separated from its mother probably. It was spotted by our security agency. Then they protected, and we called the forest department. The forest department came with the doctor and ambulance. They physically checked this fellow, and they fed. And during the night, this cub was made reunited with its mother. And it was a great story that the mother came around this cub, although the cub was kept in the cage. So it was amazing story we had experienced here. And post reunite of this family, we could spot the mother and the cub roaming around in our exclusion zone. And that way, this also, the management of human animal conflict also we take care here within our premises. And besides human animal conflict management, we also do something to conserve the nature in our premises, like doing bird count, studies on avifauna, migratory bird monitoring, butterfly gardens, habitat protection management. So we have interested volunteers with us. This is a demi-official program for us. If you see the Tarapur story, and if you think about the other nuclear power plant in the NPCL in India, so same is the case everywhere. The bird diversity has got very richness, and there is a rationale behind this, because there is no emission of any carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and the exclusion zone helps in maintaining this habitat management. There are aquatic bodies, and this exclusion zone get transformed into thick forest as there is no human intervention. So across NPCL sites, you can see 118 to 300 bird species are sighted. And these are the numbers of different sites. These are the different sites of NPCL. Maps in Tamil Nadu, maps in Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan plant, Tarapur plant, Gujarat plant, and Kodungalam in Tamil Nadu, and Kaiga in Karnataka. So this is the numbers, just to give you a glimpse of the diversity. And there are over 70 species of butterflies you can see across NPCL sites. And the complete life cycle of butterflies takes place in these places, from egg to adult butterfly. So in a way, I would say that the nuclear power plant sites have got a good ecosystem. The food chain from plants to predators happens here. And so this is all about the Tarapur case, where electricity is produced for nation's progress, while the nature around is preserved. Expanding this model, the Tarapur model, in a wider way, help humanity, I believe, help humanity to solve the energy environment paradox. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such an important message. Please accept the memento.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Our next quiz question, please get ready with the fastest finger first. And the question is, the first World Environment Day was held in which year? 1974, 1971, 1976. And the answer is A, 1974. A good discussion increases the dimension of everyone who takes part. I would now like to invite all the speakers for panel discussion. Our anchor, Mr. Professor Sudesh Sharma. He is a senior scientific officer with DAE NPCIL for 30 years. He is the visiting professor at various business schools. He is currently TQM consultant and MDP facilitator, corporate communication consultant to technical sector. He's done his BE Mechanical, post-graduation in management, ISTD in training and development. His experience is into quality management, environment management, health and safety training and development, corporate communication and nuclear energy. Please welcome Professor Sudesh Sharma.
I think
I would request Professor Sudesh Sharma to introduce one of the panelists, Mr. Jitendra Pandey.
okay. So other than the speakers, we have another gentleman, Mr. Pandey, who's a contemporary or maybe a colleague, but presently a colleague of Mr. Dev Prakash. But he is in a very different kind of landscape. While Dev Prakash is situated on the seaside, currently, he is on the Ganges, Ma Ganga. And if you wish to have a look at biodiversity, as Mr. Dev Prakash emphasized, you got to visit these plants. You got to visit them because these are living examples of how man and nature can coexist. Man and nature can coexist with all the GDP growth and developmental works and some negativity around us about environmental degradation. But these plants are, wonderful examples. So, Ganga Kinare or Dusra Samudra Kinare. And incidentally, we have Shelke ji here, who has been in very senior positions as site director and station director in many of these plants. We have Jagtap sir, the president of Indian Nuclear Society, wonderful combination. We have power grid, we have gas authority, and then we have maybe a couple of other sectors also. So I think it's going to be an interesting discussion. So how do we set the ball rolling? This is the kind of challenge as of now. I think we must सबसे पहले तो let's come to something non-technical now. Let's discuss the something metaphysical as currently. That will make a lot of sense. First of all, a humble gratitude to all the speakers, for giving this very vital information and opening our eyes to the reality of the situation. Now, and then I would also request Mr. Sumit to intervene because, and then we have a minister also, sorry, I skipped Indu sir, from Nepal, who is actually into sensitizing young minds of his country. And since both our cultures have so much in common. So, Shelke Saab, can we just, begin with you because you gave a very different dimension to the whole thing. Andar ka environment theek karo. I'll be using some Hindi terms and phrases also. The andar ka environment theek karo to तब थोड़ी सी बात एकदम से साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी को डाइजेस्ट होगी कि अंदर का ठीक करो तो बाहर का ठीक हो जाएगा. I was personally curious, We were actually missing Sister Shivani, but then after you spoke, we thought we have a very close, like of Sister Shivani sitting here and talking to us. So, थोड़ा ये अंदर का environment और बाहर का environment का relationship बताइए सर.
देखिए क्या है, न्यूक्लियर पावर स्टेशन में लगभग नरोरा, रावत भाटा, Madras Atomic Power Station and Kakrapur Atomic Power Station, Tarapur Atomic Power Station. I had been to almost all the except for Kaiga and कुड़मकुलम। और जो जिस तरह का अभी सारे स्पीकर ने हमें बताया कि एक पब्लिक ओपिनियन होता है जैसे ना सभी के लिए। आई हर्ड पीपल इवन एट वेरी सीनियर लेवल व्हेन आई वाज एट मद्रास एट पावर स्टेशन, even secretariat level, they will have, we used to meet them for various purpose and they will we invite them कि आए सर प्लांट में, आइए, बहुत दिन हो गए आए नहीं, काफी समय हो गया। तो एक पहले फियर आता था कि अरे वहां पे क्या हमको डोज खिलाओगे। ये डोज कोई खिलाने की चीज नहीं है सर। हमने बोला ये कोई चाय पिलाने वाली बात नहीं है। इट्स नथिंग टू, मतलब दे हैव गॉट that perception in their mind maybe way back, long back, because of our exposure to nuclear energy or atomic energy, maybe through our books wherein there is a balloon shown, that typical uh, explosion and whatever was though. So many people carry that feeling still. We had lot of IAS batches coming to Madras Atomic Power Station, at Narora also, doctors visiting. So when I meet them, I found them, they are carrying lot of perception bias in their mind, and they'll, बेटे ने बोला कि वहां जाके थोड़ा ठीक से आना मम्मी पापा, वहां जाके पता नहीं आप। हमने बोला कि हम तो 30-35 साल हो गए यहाँ पे प्लांट में काम करते हुए, शायद हमारा डोज एक किसी बाहर का जो एक पेशेंट होता है, एक्सरे लेता है, सीटी स्कैन करता है, उससे बहुत 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 कम है हमारा, एंड वी आर हेल्दी। तो मुझे लगता है ये हमारा जो अंदर की सोच है ना, ये दैट इज क्रिएटिंग ए एनवायरमेंट विच इज प्रिवेंटिंग मे बी डिसीजन मेकर्स के माइंड में, या फिर हमारे जो बहुत सारे पब्लिक एमपीज है, एमएलएज है, या सोसाइटीज होती है आजू बाजू में जो भी लोग होते हैं। इवन आई रिसीव्ड वन कंप्लेंट फ्रॉम मेंबर की हम लोग आपके एक्सक्लूजन जोन में रहते हैं तो हमको वाटर टैंक चाहिए बिकॉज वी आर एक्सपोज टू लॉट ऑफ रेडिएशन। Just because you are in the exclusion zone or 5 kilometer no growth zone doesn't mean that you are exposed to, this is a myth, and वो कैरी कर रहे हैं सब लोग आज के डेट में। तो ये जो अंदर का जो एक सिस्टम है ना हमारा, आई थिंक इट नीड्स टू बी क्लीन्ड। और वो क्लीन करने के लिए शायद हमारी जो फोकस है और ये जो चीज है, हमें जो थॉट प्रोसेस और हमारा एटीट्यूड, मे बी एट फ्रॉम द स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द कॉलेज डेज, स्कूल डेज, एंड अवर इवन इन एजुकेशन सिस्टम ऑल्सो, हम देखते हैं कि ये चीजें राइट इसमें पर्सपेक्टिव में पुटअप नहीं किए जाते।
चलिए ठीक है सर, आई मीन दैट्स वेरी वेल पुट, बिकॉज थोड़ा सा टाइम का भी विल हैव टू आई मीन वंडरफुल, दैट्स अ वेरी गुड बिगिनिंग टू द होल थिंग, अंदर का एनवायरनमेंट, बाहर का एनवायरनमेंट। मैं can we just give Mr. Pandey 5 minutes or 3 minutes to project his biodiversity, because he is sitting on the bank of river Ganges, it seems, it will be very interesting and a take off point for the other speakers also to comment. Pandey ji, can you share something quickly, बहुत जल्दी?
Yes sir,
आप कुछ दिखाना चाहेंगे क्या?
मैं कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूँ सर।
हाँ, आप शुद्ध हिंदी में बात कीजिए, आप यूपी में बैठे हैं, देयर इज नो इशू। आई थिंक सुमित जी, हिंदी इज परमिटेड नो इन आवर फोरम।
यस सर, एब्सोल्युटली।
या प्लीज जरा जल्दी, आप थोड़ा जल्दी कीजिए, फिर बाकी के स्पीकर्स को विल टेक देम इन द लूप वन बाय वन।
सर मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहता हूँ, कुछ
या फिर बोल
प्रिपरेशन
दीजिए आप, अगर दिखाना नहीं
जो
चाहते।
किया था कि ये हमारा जो एटॉमिक पावर स्टेशन है नरोरा का, इसके चारों तरफ ये प्रेजेंटेशन मेरा दिख रहा है ना आपको?
नहीं, आपको शेयर करना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा
बहुत
अच्छा, ठीक
बहुत
है।
छोटा कीजिए, बहुत छोटा है ना, जितना हो सके उतना। Then maybe we can take comments from all the other August speakers also.
ओके सर, मैं
Because these, अभी टेक्निकल में हम ज्यादा ना घुसे, अच्छा, let's be a little very general about our attitudes to the environment. That's more important. And we have a minister also sitting here, Joshi sir.
दिख रहा है अभी?
हाँ, जल्दी जल्दी आप बोलना शुरू कीजिए, एक्सप्लेन कीजिए, शुद्ध हिंदी में कीजिए, अच्छी तरह कीजिए इसको। हाँ
ठीक है सर, तो मैं यही बोलना चाह रहा था कि हमारा भी जो ये इलाका है वो काफी बायोडाइवर्सिटी से रिच है। और यू एंड सेल्के सर एंड मिस्टर देव प्रकाश माइट हैव सीन दिस एरिया। तो ये जो प्रेजेंटेशन था, एक हमारे प्लांट के चारों तरफ ये जो बहुत सारे इंडेंजर्ड नेचर के स्पीसीज हैं, उनको हमने इस काफी पहले 1 महीना पहले बनाया था, जिसमें डॉल्फिन्स का जो एक ट्रांसलोकेट किया था हमने, और वाटर क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग किया था, और बहुत सारे बच्चों के साथ जो है कंजर्वेशन वर्क को शेयर किया था, और उनसे ये काम करवाने के लिए उनको प्रेरित किया था। तो इस तरह से ये एक दृश्य है जहाँ पे सैंड माइनिंग हुई थी। और आप देखिए कि बहुत सारे ये बर्ड्स जो हैं रूडी शेल्डक यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं। देखने से ऐसा लग रहा होगा कि हम कहीं हिली एरिया में हैं। और ये हमारा कुछ ये नरोरा जो है वो एक रामसर साइट और आईबीए है। समय अभाव में मैं ये सारी चीजें आपको बता नहीं पा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि इट विल टेक सम टाइम टू एक्सप्लेन, बट यू जस्ट गो थ्रू दीज स्लाइड्स, इट विल एक्सप्लेन। दीज स्लाइड्स आर सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी। और आपका कंजर्वेशन वर्क और जो बर्ड वाचिंग वगैरह जो हम लोग करते हैं, बेस लाइन डेटा वगैरह तैयार करते हैं। यहाँ पे आउट ऑफ 24 11 स्पीसीज ऑफ टर्टल्स आर फाउंड हियर। तो मैं इस परिदृश्य को इसी को दिखाते हुए मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये कुछ डॉल्फिन कंजर्वेशन के दृश्य हैं जो आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा। अब से 20-25 साल पहले हम लोग काम कर रहे थे WWF के साथ, और यहाँ के जो टेरेस्ट्रियल फाउना है उसके बारे में हमने लिस्ट आउट किया था। कंजर्वेशन एफर्ट्स में हम लोगों ने अपना WWF, BNHS, TSA और WII के अलावा खुद भी हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे कैंपेन चलाए थे, जैसे अवॉइड यूज ऑफ पॉलीथीन, मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ वाटर क्वालिटी थ्रू स्टूडेंट्स, सेव गंगा कैंपेन, रिवर डिपेंडेंसी इंडेक्स, इस तरह से बहुत सारे काम किए थे। और इसके अलावा ये जो इंडियन स्कीमर एक चिड़िया है जो काफी वल्नरेबल है IUCN के कंजर्वेशन स्टेटस के हिसाब से। तो इन सारी चीजों को हमने किया है सर। और
अच्छा, अब
इसके
ये बताइए कि बायोडाइवर्सिटी आप मतलब हमारा जो आज का जो कॉन्क्लेव है, दिस इज फोकसिंग ऑन अवेयरनेस, एनहेंसमेंट ऑफ अवेयरनेस, प्रिजर्वेशन एंड वेयर पॉसिबल एनहेंसमेंट। तो आप प्रिजर्व कर चुके हैं बायोडाइवर्सिटी को। कैन यू मेक अ स्टेटमेंट सेइंग दैट वी हैव प्रिजर्व्ड बायोडाइवर्सिटी? बिकॉज दिस विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग फॉर एवरीबडी कि प्रिजर्व किए जहाँ पे थी वहीं वहाँ है, मतलब हम कुछ डिग्रेडेशन नहीं हुआ है।
Sir, it is very difficult to preserve these wild species because of explosion of population and rapid industrialization. लेकिन हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और ज्यादा से ज्यादा ये जो कंजर्वेशन का जो काम है वो बहुत बड़ा है। इसमें बहुत सारे लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट चाहिए। कुछ लोग 10-5 लोग या 20-50 लोग, 100 लोग मिलके चाहें कि इस पूरे काम को इतना इफिशिएंसी के साथ कर पाए तो मुश्किल है, लेकिन हम लोगों की कोशिश जारी है। फिर भी डिग्रेडेशन हो रहा है यहाँ के हैबिटेट में, वाटर क्वालिटी में, पॉल्यूशन लेवल में थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है, बट इट इज गोइंग ऑन। बट
But that's
बिकॉज
not nothing to do with the nuclear as such. उसकी वजह से नहीं हो रहा है ना
सर,
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी की वजह से हो रहा है, प्लांट की वजह से तो
नहीं,
नहीं हो रहा है ना।
वजह से तो कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, प्लांट की वजह से तो उल्टा ये रिस्टोर हुआ है।
रीस्टोर, वही हम कह रहे हैं कि
हाँ,
रीस्टोर करने के एफर्ट आपके मतलब
नहीं वो तो हमने सर प्लांट के जो एक्सप्लोजन जोन है उसमें तो 7.5 लाख पेड़ लगाया, ये सब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया, उससे वाइल्ड लाइफ बाहर से अंदर आ गई है। आपको बहुत बड़ा, अगर 2 घंटे के अंदर आप चाहते हैं कि इमरजेंसी प्लानिंग जोन, हमारा जो एक्सप्लोजन जोन है उसमें अगर 2 घंटे के अंदर जितने वाइल्ड लाइफ आपको दिख जाएंगे टेरेस्ट्रियल, उतने किसी अच्छे खासे उसमें नहीं, फॉरेस्ट में नहीं दिखेंगे। उसके अलावा जो हमारे जो उसमें है, हमारी जो परिधि में जितना भी क्षेत्र आता है, चाहे वो वेटलैंड है, वेटलैंड भी आता है, बुशी हैबिटेट भी है और फॉरेस्ट भी है, तो वो सब इट इज फुल ऑफ वाइल्ड लाइफ एंड ऑल।
correct. Okay, good. Just to support, Dev Prakash had shown a tiger cub, मतलब that was very heartwarming actually, कि बच्चे को reunite करवाया अपनी माँ के साथ में। यहाँ भी आपके यहाँ there were stories की एक टाइग्रेस थी, अपने 6 बच्चों के साथ घूम रही थी प्लांट के अंदर ही एक टाइम में, ऐसा टाइम था शायद। Can you confirm that कि ऐसा हुआ था? A tigress with 6 cubs, was moving inside the plant basically. अच्छा, now instantly, मतलब इंदु सर आप थोड़ा सा मतलब लाइट, कैन यू थ्रो सम लाइट ऑन सेंसिटाइजिंग दिस यंग पीपल कि मतलब क्या सेंसिटाइज मतलब करने के और क्या तरीके हो सकते हैं अदर देन ठीक है एक रिटर्न हमारा मैंडेट है, गवर्नमेंट के कागज हैं उसके हिसाब से, बट वो एफर्ट्स कुछ काम आ रहे हैं? कहाँ तक आ रहे हैं काम से? टू व्हाट एक्सटेंट आर दोज एफर्ट्स यील्डिंग फ्रूट?
ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच। ये अभी तो एक हमारे एक हैंडबुक बनाया है। वी हैव मेड वन कोर्स बुक फॉर द साइंस लिटरेसी एंड वी हैव, डू यू हियर मी Adibal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We hear you very well, sir. Please go ahead.
So we have prepared the first draft of the course, which is science literacy is a part of that as a whole. And then we have started to disseminate the information to some occasions already with some NGOs, and we have started to the international participants also, and that we got good feedback.
Acha, sir, feedback apart, but are you happy with the results? Results are कुछ concrete.
Very happy.
हाँ.
And this is very strategically we are moving. But this is at the very beginning stage, and we know a lot of challenges. The most important challenge is the motivation. How
Sir,
someone we
वो
can keep.
indicator क्या है सर? वो कि भाई ये बच्चों में जागृति बढ़ी है. What is the indicator there? You
Yes.
know that is
ये तो
देखेंगे उससे.
एक तो बच्चों के लिए तो स्कूल एजुकेशन में एम्फेसिस देंगे, उसका कोर्स को भी थोड़ा रिवाइज करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन दिस इज फॉर ऑल ह्यूमन बीइंग्स, फॉर 8 बिलियन पीपल. The concept is for the 8 billion people of the earth. So we'll do our own part. We won't say that we'll cover everybody. The concept is for the 8 billion
Okay.
people.
ठीक है sir, got it. Thank you sir. Thank you. Jagtap sir, can now you have been, you know, we know that you मतलब दिल से, पूरे दिल से आपने, you have been, you know, kind of very very ardent proponent of clean environment, you know, and having been born and brought up in, I think, India's best landscape, environment wise. Generally, you know, people say God's own country, Kerala को बोलते हैं, but somehow I find कि our Konkan region in Maharashtra is no less, you know, basically in terms of being God's own country. तो सर ये मतलब what's going on basically, मतलब overall, with all the effort that's going on, can we take some solace or can we take some satisfaction कि यार ये जो हो रहा है ठीक हो रहा है हमारे यहाँ पे?
Yeah, let me have two questions. See, we have been always talking about preserving the environment, and all the speakers have shown some results here and there. But I must tell you, these are isolated examples. What needs to happen is on the very large scale. See, the few government agencies, few government departments, and few interested NGOs are piloting the whole program. What about the civil society participation in these efforts, which is missing in this country? See, even I give you a very simple example. I mean, during COVID-19, I used to go for morning walks here and there, and I found very, very young students spitting on the road. They have no social responsibility. Unless the civil society is brought into these efforts in a big way, we cannot change the scenario. Something will happen here, there, some good examples will happen, but nothing really will change across the country. That's number one. Second one, I really appreciate Mr. Joshi from Nepal. The environmental literacy, how much are we practicing in the schools? For example, on the World Environment Day, we should insist that every school or college or an institution should ask a student or an employee, what is your current carbon footprint? Have you calculated that? And how much change are you going to do it next year? We never do that. On the World Environment Day, we have some discussions, and then we asked our students to plant a tree. But we never tell them about the carbon footprint and the necessary to reduce the carbon emission. So this is one important issue. The second issue is much larger. As we see the employment platform today in India, you know, I mean, we know all this information, and our graduates are not getting jobs. Even 8,000 IIT students have not been placed this year. This is on one hand. Whereas on the second hand, we have got so much of work to do for the environment and sustainable development, which should have created jobs. So you see, the whole scenario is these are in two separate boxes. The employment generation is elsewhere, and sustainable development and the climate change, that's in another side. They're not connected. Let me give you an example. One of the sustainable development goal is good drinking water and sanitation. Now, as a technologist, I understand how many jobs it can generate, but it is not generating. Why is it? No drinking, I mean, there should be enough drinking water. Look, India is a water scarce country, and therefore a lot of technologies are required. The water has to, and that water has to be potable water. Is there anything happening? Now, potability of water, I've just take a side issue, would require water analysis. Can I not engage my graduate students in that process and they become self-employed in some way or the other?
Great.
See, what is happening is we are working in silos, and therefore we are not generating jobs here. Europe and America, they're talking about green jobs and these jobs and that jobs. Where is that concept here?
So wonderful. So this is something which I think I would request Sumit to, as a kind of takeaway from these this conclave, some value addition to the whole nation. And you are very right, sir. IIT Kanpur, there used to be courses, and then when 5 years later we found that those courses don't exist, or only an elective exists now. SIS का एक environment institute management है, पहले full time course था environment में, now they've gone online, distance mode पे चले गए, because there are no jobs for those people. People just do it as an add-on and to become something, something and all. So you're very right, sir. This is a wonderful. Hats off to you for this, great suggestions, sir. I mean, and it comes from your heart. We all know this. Murthy, sir, you talked about solar as, something which, as you said, salvation of India. So salvation of India, solar में sir, CO2 footprint, so there is a lot. I mean, it is substantially on the higher side still, with those solar panels, disposal. We should look at the entire life cycle, the kind of CO2 emissions in manufacturing them and disposing them. The salvation word is something very strong, because we would like you to request you to throw some more light. How solar, so is solar is salvation really, or solar is one of the add-ons which will help us in CO2, controlling CO2 emissions. Because salvation जो है ना, मतलब थोड़ा हमको लगता है कि यार फिर तो be all and end all of everything.
Yeah.
And this is your phrase, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. But for manufacturing of solar panels and its this life is about 25 years and more. But at the time of generation there is no emissions. So, there will not be any emissions. That is the better one of the best advantage in solar and wind also.
Solar and wind also. Okay. How about efficiencies? Wind, for example, efficiency, availability.
The solar, it is about 60% nowadays. Efficiency.
Wind, how about wind?
Wind also around 50 to 60%.
Okay. So in this energy mix, I think nobody can dispute the fact that there has to be less reliance on fossil. But then, जो आप बोले थे ना कि salvation can be in solar, थोड़ा सा मतलब वो हो गया था कि we need some more clarification. Okay. Now coming to Mr. Kombaya. So the green hydrogen you mentioned in gas authority. So you're really generating green hydrogen? I think you're not audible.
Sir, please unmute.
Please unmute, sir.
Yeah. I'm audible, sir?
Yeah, green hydrogen. The question was on green hydrogen.
Yeah. Exactly. From GAIL side, in GAIL side, green hydrogen is, we are recently last 2 years in working on that research, and R&D has done it, and almost we have 5% we are blending on our loop lines, sir. And because we have constructed pipeline for natural gas, it is only able to transport the natural gas with consistent of methane, ethane, propane, butane, normal butane, cis-butane, trans-butane, hexane, and CO2 H2S. These are the parameters content in the natural gas. But the hydrogen which come into the picture for the transportations, the world is really it has to be taken the gray area, because the material construction of our mild steel pipe is X80 and X60. There is a question is rising for when we blend more than 5%, there is a chances of and integrity of the pipelines. So what we used to do right now, there is a blending of 3 to 5%. We are doing the experimental and R&D conditions. Already it is almost 95% is completed, sir. But it is withstanding. When there is a question, if you go for higher amount of hydrogen blending into the same material underground pipelines, still there is a questions. And the R&D has done by the BPCL or other IIT and other peoples, they have not disclosed. So what amount can be transmitted in the same existing lines? So otherwise, you can transmit the new construction pipelines with the material of strength. It's a different and withstanding capacity. Is it possible? And the huge, what do you call that, CO2 can be reduced by using the more amount of blending the hydrogens.
Great,
the another
great.
one thing is,
yeah, carry on. Carry on.
Yes, sir. Another thing is that we have another R&D development for gas cracking unit and gas processing area and downstream area. We are planning to put one new technology, that is a what do you call that, semi-permeable membranes. So there are carbon membranes will able to filter and infilter of depends upon the molecular size, what you call it, density gradient level. So is will possible to reduce unwanted impurities, charcoal and carbons and CO2. So in this case also we are in almost 60-70% across, so that beautifully that new technology will come into the picture. Globally already it is in CO2 and C1, CO2 is there, but higher carbon also in the picture for new developmental innovative techniques.
Okay, sir. Thank you. This is clear now. Incidentally, today's paper, Times of India, page 18, I would request everyone to actually refer to this page if they have the time afterwards. And this talks about a scientist, Mr. Kevin Heinlein, astronomer Kevin Heinlein. And in his interview, he says in the end, it has taken 14 billion years for this life and this earth to come into existence. The kind of life that, and we humans don't treasure life in the ways we should. And we don't see it as the magnificent product of 14 billion years of things happening after the Big Bang. So all these cells, all this energy, everything that a human being has and thinks that it belongs to him, really does not belong to him. It has come from the Brahmand actually. So, I mean, this is half a page devoted by a commercial newspaper. It makes a lot of sense. Great. Now, that's so one question to Dev Prakash, and then I think we can request Sumitji to continue the discussion. Dev Prakash, human conflict, human-animal conflict. Incidentally, there was a video circulating which Pandeyji can throw some light. A crocodile अभी बाहर आया था पांडे गंगा के नहर से. There are a lot of crocodiles in Narora, by the way. Acha, Dev Prakash, I was just wondering in this, this is a wonderful audience here and we have several influential people here. Can we just say that today all these areas are open for public visit of bona fide citizens? Say Tarapur, Narora, if they apply through the proper, procedures, they can visit these places?
Narora में तो visit कर सकते हैं.
Yeah, we have a structured program, public awareness program across all NPCL sites. In fact, NPCL website has also got a link through which one can make his request. Of course, there are a lot of procedures. This being a nuclear installation, we have to follow certain security protocol. But still, we do awareness program every day. Tarapur, that for that matter, KKNPP tops every day almost 100 to 150 visitors used to visit, and there is a specialist gallery on nuclear, exclusive gallery on nuclear at KKNPP. In case of Tarapur, we get about 40 to 50 visitors every day. The aim of this program is to make them aware and tell them the fact, also tell them the fact that nuclear alone cannot do this business of energy sustainability. We have to have the proper mix, energy mix, but gradually we have to go for a clean energy future. That's what we have been telling them.
Wonderful, wonderful. ठीक है. And one very interesting information I would like to give you is that Mr. Jitendra Pandey, sitting on the banks of river Ganges, I mean, you don't have to do a Ganga cruise now on a commercial boat. He'll arrange a local boat for you, you know, if it's available on that day, on a Sunday or a holiday. A local boat and a Ganga cruise and a dolphin adventure.
बिल्कुल सर,
That's what Narora site is. Jitendra ji.
हाँ सर, बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल ना.
बिल्कुल.
मतलब he does it wonderfully well. For 800 rupees he gets you a boat here, and 3 घंटा, I mean 3 घंटा, I mean it's unimaginable. So the idea of this conference is not only to share technical information, there's a lot of other vital information. I think Sudhir ji, any other input from you, spirituality and environment? Because Sudhir ji के life का एक चीज miss हो गया था इनके CV में. The entire family is now into yogic mode, you know. Entire family, 2 sons and wife himself, they are into, you know, complete, you know, spirituality mode. Much before his superannuation. That's something wonderful, wonderful. So,
ये परिवर्तन है ना आपका जो एजेंट आज का जो टाइटल है परिवर्तन.
परिवर्तन.
So that is what the परिवर्तन spirituality brings in. In fact, we are all spiritual by nature. It's whether you believe it or not believe it, that doesn't matter. हम लोग है ही originally, और हम always we like to live in balance with or in tandem with our environment. So it is nothing different. तो ये बहुत एक अच्छी चीज है जो हमें सबको, when we do some meditation or we give a lot of vibration to the all 5 elements, and we give to all the human beings all over the world. So that creates a good feeling within me, which helps nature, which helps me primarily, and it affects our society, our relations, our everybody. I'm seeing the very positive impact of it in my circle. First it started with my own this thing, then my family, then my colleagues, I think I had been to at various, lucky enough to work with all the variety of people, variety of regions, and wherever I gone, I think I could see the impact of it. What is being तो जैसे हमारी होती ना, जैसे हमारी वृत्ति है, वृत्ति एटीट्यूड, वैसे हमारी दृष्टि और वैसे हमारी
आपकी जो फिलॉसफी है ना, दैट इज बेसिकली बिकॉज अभी CO2 एमिशन की बात हो रही थी ना, यू आर प्राइमरीली एडवोकेटिंग एलिमिनेशन ऑफ CO2 फ्रॉम द माइंड बेसिकली.
Yes, yes, that is the first we have to remove from our mind.
You know, I mean,
we carry that lot of bondages of those things, no? So there is a lot of contamination inside within us. So that contamination makes the outside world contaminated.
Now I know because Bhai Suraj Kumar आए थे, और last year we had Sister Shivani also, and they're exactly on the same line. So I didn't name the kind of philosophy that he follows, but the whole family is into that, and it's a very happy family. It's an example for all of us. I mean, and that is something worth appreciating for us.
Thank you.
One thing I want to add, sir has told rightly, if you do for more spiritual, what do you call that, yoga and other things, you will consume more oxygen and you will release more CO2.
Yeah. No. This is a cycle balance है sir. ये तो trees रात में देखो CO2 छोड़ते हैं, दिन में हमारे they give a lot of oxygen to us. So this is a cycle. So we are in balance with nature. We should be in balance with nature.
And जगताप सबका ये sentence बहुत पसंद आया. I mean, and honestly, sir, we were not aware, you know, much aware of. People have a right to be free from adverse effects of climate change. I mean, this is a fundamental right now.
That is included now in the fundamental right.
Fundamental.
Yes. And the issue is that tomorrow somebody suffers from too much of heat, he can go to the courts and say that the government has not done anything for me. And then the whole blame is going to come onto the technologies. You're not done anything.
Wonderful.
Next
Wonderful.
years, the things are going to change.
Fantastic. Sumit ji.
As regards your spirituality, I mean, well, I'm not that way spiritual, but what I remember from reading of Gyaneshwari is that you don't shrink your ego, okay? You expand it.
Yes.
You expand in a manner that everybody is in your ego.
Yes.
In yourself.
Yes.
So that
Unlimited.
even if somebody hits a dog on the street, it hurts you. Okay, so your ego has got expanded so much. In fact, that is the message that we need to give, that expand your ego, that whole environment, the nature is in you. So if somebody cuts a tree, you should feel unhappy about it. If somebody is putting dirt on the street, you should feel unhappy about it. So this sort of a spirituality in India will make you unhappy every time. But that is still worth it. And that is the only way we can preserve the environment. I mean, I should not waste water, or somebody is wasting water, then I should prevent him from doing it. And all that, this is the way that we have to do that. So we need to combine spirituality in this manner in the teaching of environmental science.
सर आपके आउटरीच में अब इतने सारे रिसोर्स पर्सन मिल गए हैं आपको. वी आर ऑल देयर विद यू, डोंट वरी. यू हैव आई मीन एंड अभी तो सुधीर भाई भी उधर ही आ गए आपके विसिनिटी में. इज इन द है ना, वेरी क्लोज टू यू. एंड ऑफ कोर्स आईसीएस डॉक्टर कटारिया इज ऑलवेज बाय योर साइड. लास्ट ईयर यू हैव सीन हिम. आई वाज जस्ट वंडरिंग सुमित जी कि कॉन्फ्रेंस हम उन्हीं के रूम में कर लेते इस बार. इतना सारा had we known कि there will be so much variety of topics discussed. It was wonderful. चलिए सुमित जी, please, now your turn.
Sir, nothing from my side. All the eminent speakers have, spoken, and I cannot resonate more with all of them. I'm especially moved by Jagtap sir, and he's, nailed all the points. One point that I think, I think we've covered almost everything, right from, incepting it, having environmental education, putting it from grassroots level. एक चीज जो हम देखते हैं सर, we are a society which is typically monetary oriented. And being monetary oriented, the biggest problem is we get moved by not by our inner conscience, we get moved by mandatory and voluntary. That is the game. जो भी आप मैंडेटरी करेंगे वो लोग फॉलो करेंगे. शायद दिल से नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन करते हैं रेगुलेशन मीट करने के लिए. Like we follow because it's a mandatory requirement. And where it is voluntary, I just want to throw from a certification perspective, the EMS certificates and the ENMS certificates are not even 8% of the QMS certificates that are available worldwide. The entire world shares this entire number. We are talking about 8. Now, 8 may say there will be a good 4%, which is typically doing it because their principals need them to, combine or validate. The whole purpose is that unless government starts moving or becoming the first runner, let's talk about waste management. We know, but we don't have a single collection system or a bag or a standardized box which is to be used for waste. Go to different cities, go to different states, you have different vehicles, different types of collection methodology, different types of segregation. Somewhere someone does it, somewhere you have agencies who do it. We're so diverse. We need a white paper coming out and being made mandatory that all dustbins need to be made by a particular standard, by a particular size. There has to be a collection methodology. The collection trucks are going to be of a particular specification. And unless something like that comes in from government, we will have Chinese products or other country products coming in, re-engineered in India in various shapes, sizes, and forms, and being distributed all over. It's very difficult to understand. Like, we come from a background where even today, when we have to dump a waste into a green, red, or segregated box, we fumble a couple of times, whether it is wet waste or dry waste, whether it is paper. So there has to be, this all comes from grassroots level. All this comes from childhood, and that's where Joshi sir ka methodology of inculcating education. We do not have too many programs, unfortunately, on environmental at universities or career perusal through that method. Times are changing fast. We are looking at specific competences. Today, if we need someone for environment, we look at whether his education background is environment, and then we take him for the job of being, managing environment. But till today, it was a mechanical engineer doing environmental studies, doing, moving to that side. Today, things are changing, and we're moving, but we're moving a little slow, is what I mean. And we need to push at people who are within this forum, who are, knowledge is available, but people who are connected should go into policy making and have certain standardization for us to be able to prevent this. Like, for example, there are millions of bore wells in the country today which go unmetered, millions of them, whereas we have a regulation that each borewell needs to be metered, the meter has to be on, there's a proper document which says, it has to be on. Every failure to comply for even 3 minutes is going to cost you penalty. But we have so many borewells which go all over the place unmetered. So we need strict regulations, more mandatory than voluntary, is what my way is. But it's not the right way, but I think that's what we are left with. And appreciate all the speakers. They've given us their bit of their experiences, right from diverse uh, fields, right from spirituality to education to standards to nuclear and to the gas. So thank you so much, sir. That's all from my side, sir. Over to you, Sharma ji.
हाँ बस आई थिंक कुछ और इंटरेस्टिंग पांडे जी दिखाना चाहते हैं बिफोर वी वाइंड अप, बिकॉज आई थिंक everyone is towards saturation limit now at the end of a Saturday, and I am so touched, by the way Jagtap sir, Shelke ji, and Minister Sahab Joshi ji, and all the speakers have actually been very sincere to their commitment and joined the conference. Otherwise, at the end of 3 hours, who really feels like being on an online platform? ठीक है, 1 डेढ़ 2 घंटा पर एंड में आए. I mean, that shows your, sir, kind of, bent of mind. Thank you all so much. God bless us all, and let us, strengthen each other in our effort to whatever little we can do for the planet. And ये पेज 18 पे ये बहुत अच्छा philosophical write-up इंटरव्यू है इनका. ये जरा you can catch up with it, either on the digital media or on this newspaper. I was quite happy कि यार अभी वो फालतू का वो नहीं हो रहा है, पॉलिटिकल रेटरिक से दूर आया है कुछ. मतलब आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम आई फाउंड समथिंग वेरी मीनिंगफुल इन अ न्यूज़पेपर. अदरवाइज दीज पीपल आल्सो वर टेकिंग, वो सब क्या था, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट एंड बिटर मसाला वाज द नेम ऑफ द गेम. Thank you all so much, and my sincere gratitude and thanks to you. And above all, I would like to tell you a secret that Mr. Sumit Kataria was born in Rawatbhata, which is basically, today you can say still as pristine as it might have been during the Big Bang time when Earth was getting formed. Rawatbhata is still as pristine. Of course, the forest cover is gone for a toss completely. You don't find tigers and leopards on the roads now, but you do find them in Kaiga. You do find them in Kaiga, yes. And Sumit's dad, Dr. Kataria, is an ex-DA person, and that's the reason we support him in all ways we
He's
can.
also joined us, sir, now.
Yeah, he has joined us. He was on his way back from abroad and just, thinking कि आज join कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे. And somehow he has visited a couple of sites in PCL, and he's a nature lover himself. At this age also he goes trekking and hiking, and he has been to which is that, the toughest place to go in Nepal, अपना जो shrine जो है ना, कौन सी shrine है सुमित जी?
Kailash Mansarovar.
Kailash Mansarovar, I'm sorry, yeah, Kailash Mansarovar. I mean, at this age he has been there. Hats off to him also, and hats off to him for actually, promoting this cause, without any kind of commercial angle in this, without any commercial. Let me be very honest about it. We generally won't really, spend so much of our energy and time in something which we feel is, गड़बड़ है, ये तो कुछ मतलब देयर इज सम काइंड ऑफ हिडन एजेंडा हियर, यहाँ कुछ नहीं है. So thank you, and thank you Sumit ji for always being at the forefront of these events.
Thank you
So
very much.
Thank you all of
Very
you.
much.
you, sir.
Over to you, Mansi, over to you for the closing remark.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Now just request if Dr. Kataria wants to speak something. I think he has just landed. I don't know whether he will be there. He's there.
He's there and his connection's coming on and going. We'll go ahead if he joins in. Very nice. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, sir. I would like to thank all the panelists for such a healthy discussions. Thank you each and everyone for their presentations and a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Sudesh ji also. As we move ahead, we shall be now declaring the winners for the quiz competition. The winners are Parmesh Yadav, Rohini Bobade, Ramesh Kumar, Divya Shinde, Sumit Kataria, Jayesh Gurjar, and Ravi Gupta.
Sumit ji.
The winners for the poem competition are Aruna Mali, Siddhi Mali, and Bhushan Mali. Winners for the poster competition, Atul Inkar. Winners for the drawing competition in the kids category, Siddharth Upunari, Yashvi Kindalkar, and Kanishka Kindalkar. Winners for the drawing competition in the adult, Rohit Jadhav and Siddhi Mali. Winners for the slogan competition, Kishore Kumar Pahuja and Mahendra Shelke. Winners for the video competition, SK Yesar Ali. Congratulations to all the winners. Please contact Ms. Sushma Kindalkar on the given number or the email address for the prize distribution. Thank you. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Please welcome Yogesh Chandekar for presenting vote of thanks. He is the Assistant Vice President at Certification at International Certification Services. He's done his B Mechanical, Diploma in Business Management, Advanced Diploma in Industrial Safety. His area of specialization is into management system, third-party inspection, and plant safety audits. Please put your hands for Mr. Yogesh Chandekar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. This has been such an honor for all of us to be a part of this wonderful event of PARYAVARTAN 2024 Conclave. On the behalf of the organizers of this conclave, I thank you, Sri Sumit Kataria, for welcome address to set platform for the conclave and extend our heartfelt gratitude to our honorable chief guest speaker, Professor B.N. Jagtap. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time and enlightening us on go nuclear to save our planet by comparing the nuclear energy source with the other energy sources in terms of their impact on the environment in his inaugural speech. I would like to extend sincere thanks for today's keynote speaker, Sri Sudhir Shelke, for taking his time out and sharing his thoughts on the spirituality and the environment. I would also like to thank today's esteemed technical speakers, Dr. Nisha Kohli, Sri Indu Vikram Doshi, Sri Mumbai, Sri T.R.C. Murthy, and Sri Ved Prakash for taking out time and sharing their knowledge to enlighten us on various topics like carbon credit, carbon footprint, environment literacy, conservation of natural resources, renewable energy, and Tarapur case for power in progress and the preservation. I would also like to thank today's panelists, Professor Sudesh Sharma and Sri Jitendra Pandey, interacting with the speakers along with the Sri Sumit Kataria in group discussion to make the speakers more vocal on their respective topics as well as their views on the questions asked by the panelists. It's my duty to thank our CMD, Dr. Sundar Kataria, for inspiring and motivating the organizing team as usual to continue celebrating World Environment Day through PARYAVARTAN Conclave. It isn't something that happened overnight. It took weeks together to begin, and we have been lucky enough to have support from our team, proactive and devoted members who get the esteemed speakers for today's conclave. Thank you all those team members for their support in information technology or the administrative support and appreciate for their contribution to this event. I would also like to thank coordinator for this conclave, Ms. Sushma, and today's host, Ms. Mansi Patil, for their valuable contribution to make this conclave successful. Finally, I would like to convey my gratitude to audience for taking out time and joining us today and remain connected to make this PARYAVARTAN 2024 conclave a grand success. Once again, thank you all, each and everyone for attending this conclave and anticipating your presence in our next PARYAVARTAN 2025. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Yogesh Chandekar. We have shared the feedback form on the link. We request everyone to please give your feedback for this today's PARYAVARTAN. I request everyone to put on their videos so that we can take a group pic. Everyone is requested to please put on their videos. We have given the permission to put on the videos.
No, given now. Apologies. Someone's put it off. Yeah, now your video permission is on. You all could please put on your videos. Apologies. Perfect.
Thank you everyone for being the part of PARYAVARTAN 2024, Mark, Protect and Save Earth. We officially declare the closure of this conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy weekend to all. Happy weekend. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.